Yeah, we gotta do that.
Guys, COVID's still a thing. COVID is still alive and real.
Already?
Already? It's been.
Yeah.
A year.
A year.
It has been a year since that day.
It's been more than that. It was March 13th when we went home.
Yeah.
It's been like almost, what's that?
For Laurel Rock, it was like March
No, it was
16th.
the 13th. It was a Friday the 13th.
Was it?
Yeah.
Friday the 13th. Wow. Coincidence. What a horrible coincidence.
Because we were doing something, and then Sherry comes out as we're back there, and she's like,
I got some bad news, everyone.
yeah. And we just all kind of looked at us stunned, like, oops, don't know what to say here.
Okay, so I really thought about the 30 and 10 and the 45 on the brakes, and I really want to stick to the 30 and 10 because
So who's gonna sanitize the table? Is somebody to do it?
Stefan's doing it right now, it looks like.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna use those? I thought we had the green towels.
Well, the thing is, it's getting harder for me to be able to get those washed.
Oh.
So when there are things that, you know, you're not gonna use a ton, I want you to use those sparingly, because I have to put a little rough every time I get them. But,
Okay.
yeah, but, it saves on the laundry. So
Okay.
if we're doing our whole cleaning, of course, we're not gonna be able to just use those, but the tables, I think, is okay,
Yeah.
and the high touch point.
Yeah, I'll do
So
all
look
that.
at you all getting busy, we probably don't need all of you doing it, but we
Yeah,
just,
that's-
we just can't get that comfortable that we just come in and sit down, or we're gonna
Yeah.
end up, being back in boxes, you know?
If we the green towels, if we just had like one person do it every day, that was,
Yeah, that would be okay
because if
too.
we just had everyone getting a green towel, that's a lot of green towels.
And then we also have our temperature check now, so that should be happening in the morning
Yeah.
too, okay?
I would, tomorrow I would say, wait, it must be 6 o'clock. Why do people got a doorbell? Tomorrow I said I would 6 o'clock to 10.
Okay, so hold on. Switch over to my other colored pens since I now have colors and I'm excited. Okay, so that is,
Friday.
Friday.
My temperature is 97.7.
And then
Okay.
What's
Saturday
mine?
and Sunday
Okay, I'll do
I'm
yours
off,
now.
and then I'm off. I was off yesterday and I'm off today.
97.0.
So that you only work on one day this
Huh.
week?
And then I'm
I'm
off
feeling
on
hot
Monday.
lately.
You ready for your temperature? 97.1.
I guess we're all 97.
96.9.
Thank you.
That's okay.
I was just gonna say that.
Monday, I'm the
98.1.
8th one, but Monday, then you can't see it, because my company does it where they have put it on the table and take a picture of it.
So, okay, so what do you work Monday?
Alright, Jonathan.
Looks like you might fit just up here. Here's the phone.
98.0.
Did I bring my water bottle when I came in?
Did you do
And what
your
else?
temperature check?
Just check me over there.
Oh, yeah, okay. I forgot, sorry.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
really sure, because, again, my
I wasn't
company
really keeping
just
track.
pictures.
That's everyone. There we go.
I'm gonna pick up trash real quick.
Okay,
if you don't
thank
mind.
you.
But Royce
Alright,
and Nathan are not here.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so back to this side. Yeah, if you find more, tell me and I'll write it up there.
Ooh.
What's wrong?
Trying to zoom into my schedule and it's being neat.
Maybe I could assist you. It's loading still. Gotta let it load first.
Stay. Stay. I need an Apple Watch. This would be a lot easier.
Oh, no, okay. And you just do that.
Save up for one with your paycheck.
You got the $100 from Steph, we could help you out with that.
Alright,
Okay, so Sherry, it looks like Monday I would 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then Tuesday I would
hold
5
on,
p.m.
hold on.
Okay.
10 p.m., that's no budget then.
Okay, Monday, 5 to 10?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then Tuesday is the same time, 5 to 10. So total I'm working 3 days this week and next. We're not free.
Monday and Tuesday, 5 through 10. Okay. Alright, Sam is, I noticed on the weekend, but I don't know what times. This thing keeps breaking on me.
Why does it say power train?
card, we gotta complete the application, right, to get the Connect card.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna go down there next week because I have stickers.
Okay.
I have stickers, man. Where's your badge?
Oh, I need to, it's in my backpack. I get it.
That's right.
I forget I need it because this doesn't work and then.
Oh, I know it, but it's part of our uniform, right?
Yeah.
If you train without it, you have to go home.
Well,
It's always
over
in my
there.
backpack, so I don't forget it.
I always keep mine on my jacket.
Discuss, class discussed, class dismissed.
I also need to get a new Connect card, something happened with mine.
What do you mean?
Well, I tried using it and it said like it expired or something.
Do you mean it?
When did you get it?
That's one of the first things we're gonna talk about.
29.
okay?
Oh, it's a year old then.
Yeah, but it said it's expired in 2024. Doesn't let me use it though.
2024.
Are you sure you didn't run out of money on it?
No, it has like $18.
That's 3 years in the future.
But it's okay, I have a Medicare card, I can easily get another one.
Yeah.
My grandma said she'd help me with that.
We're
What's
gonna
the
go
next place?
Thursday.
I said should I get
What?
my Medicare card and just, do it for
Mhm.
you guys?
Yeah, it's
all
one of
of
the
us
first
are
things
going?
everyone that has what they need.
Oh,
So Sam's already set up, she has one. So I got bus stickers, which is very exciting. And now we don't have to worry about if we get harassed, okay? But the problem is you can't put a bus sticker on a school ID or on a Kaiser ID. It
Yeah.
has to be on the Connect card.
like this?
Yeah.
It's not gonna be like that, so you won't get harassed. Do you have your Connect card?
No, I left it at home.
Because you
I
couldn't use
have-
it.
Did you ride the bus today?
I used my school ID.
Oh, okay.
I have my Connect.
Yeah, why don't you show them your Connect card,
I
cause
use
that's what
this.
we're gonna go get.
But most of the bus drivers I have are nice about that. Some of them are weird, but.
So I have, and I can't give it to you today, 'cause you don't have your Connect card to put it on. I don't wanna give you just little stickers if you don't have something to put them on, because they're $50 a little
This?
sticker, and I don't want them to get lost. Yes. So see, it's a, RT disabled card, and it's called a Connect card.
Yeah.
So when you're on the adult side, Alta like puts money on this every month. When you're in school, we put a little monthly sticker. Okay? But we can't just stick the sticker on something else, it won't work. So I mean, I even have ones for a half month of April, which I don't know why they bought those, but then I have them for May, June, and July,
Okay.
for those that'll be here that long.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be in June and July.
Well, you'll be June for a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
I'll be here.
Yeah, you here. Okay, so today, we're gonna work on some assignments. I'm gonna need to work with you so that we can get ready for today's meeting.
Okay.
And I'm gonna need to work with you so we can get ready for your IEP.
Yeah, grandma said I asked her to sign that, she said she sent it to you.
What, today or something? Did you send it this morning? 'Cause I checked my email before I left home, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I don't know,
It's probably one of those things where she sent it, but it's slow. So maybe when you check it later, it'll be there.
So the things you're gonna need, that thing's broken, so every time I get a pin, I have to walk over here. But this was something that I got this week that I was very excited about, is colored pins, cause we've been all in red all
yeah.
year. So I'm happy to have my different little colors that I could use. I also got a lot of grooming things. So I have electric razor, I have regular razors, shaving cream, deodorants, hair brushes, combs, Q-tips, I got all kind of things like
I
that.
have a question, what
Yeah.
kind of deodorant?
It's in there, I don't remember
in
what.
the hospital you have to have.
It's unscented, yeah, I don't remember the brand, but I do know that it's
Cause you
unscented.
can't have scents in the hospital, unfortunately.
Some
I know
people,
why, some people can't handle
They're
it.
very, yeah.
Dan,
Okay.
it's unscented.
Okay.
Okay, so the grooming stuff I here, I got combs and brushes,
It's a
I
good
got
thing
all
I don't
kinds
have
of
hair.
things here. Okay,
I have a brush in my backpack then.
good, Tyler, you come a long way. That's not how we started, huh? Okay, so let me go get the assignments that we're gonna work on, since
Yeah, when I was a little old, I didn't even care, I had beer, but get goods and
At least he's honest.
Well, and he grew.
Yeah.
It's my apologies. It's my fault.
Someone's phone is making
It's mine.
Yeah, so ringers should be off in class.
Nice alarm.
Okay. Let me grab these things.
There's like a baby somewhere up there. No.
Today's gonna suck.
What's gonna suck?
The day.
Today?
Yeah.
How's it gonna start?
No, not class, no. Just the day.
It's almost tomorrow's Friday, so I fail to see the point.
It was cool when Larry was here last week.
I don't have my water bottle.
Oh
no.
no.
That's why.
Michelle's here.
Oh, what's up?
Morning.
Good morning.
Now we just need Paul here.
And we need Nathan and Royce.
That's it.
Oh yeah, I noticed Royce was in here. He's normally the first one here. I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay, so when we go down, and you've met everyone now, right? You met all the students?
I'm Stefan.
I know who you are.
This is Michelle, in case anyone doesn't know, or it's like me and takes a couple times to get it in my head. Okay, so I would like to go Thursday to RT to get the paratransit application. Alright, we're gonna complete the application, we're gonna go get the Connect card.
I thought paratransit was that like little bus that you go on.
Okay, so what do you call that? Connect,
RT.
the application.
Yeah, oh, maybe it's the same application, okay.
I thought I looked at it yesterday and that's what it said. If I'm wording this wrong, I'm sorry, and we had,
I just, when you think of paratransit, it's the bus that the people in wheelchairs go on when they can't go on the bus or something.
well, people without wheelchairs can ride those as well.
Yeah.
If you have a disability. So I'm sorry if I am naming this wrong, but we have the application, but Paul is taking care of that for me, and Paul isn't in today, so he has the applications. But you have to have proof of disability. It used to be easy, they used to accept an IEP, and I would just print out all your IEPs, right? And we'd be good to go. But that's not the proof they want anymore. Now you could either have your SSI award letter, like for those of you that have only recently gotten SSI, you probably have that letter at home. Okay, so you either need to have that, or a doctor's note, which is harder to do,
Not for me.
or your Medi-Cal card.
I probably have that too,
What do you have that you said you could use?
Medicare, like.
Medicare.
the one
I
that
think
Yeah.
I have
Your
a copy.
Medicare card.
Okay.
So I need one of those, okay? And I'm gonna expect you all to do this, okay? So Thursday, if we don't have the things, I'm gonna take the people that have them. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't wanna just do a CBI just to do a CBI.
That'd be wasting money and time.
Well, and, yeah, so everyone that is prepared for it, I have the stickers, we just need the card to put them on.
Yeah.
Okay? So those are the three things.
Okay.
If you want, later on today, you can even call your parents in case you need me to help explain things, yes.
Can we talk about it in my thing today?
Absolutely,
Okay.
maybe you can help remind me when you and I go work on your stuff, your notes for your meeting today,
Mhm.
that that's one of the things that we're gonna talk about,
Okay.
okay? So, Clyde, do you think you need help getting this?
Well, it'd be nice to have.
Okay, alright, and Eleanor, I already talked to your mom, so she forgot to send the letter today, but she's gonna send it with you on Monday.
Yeah.
It's a doctor's note, that's what you have, okay? Jonathan, I talked to your dad too, yes, Clyde?
I need to make a call later,
Um,
at some point today.
Okay?
if I may help Jonathan a bit, I would set a reminder for yourself. Just,
For Jonathan, for what?
so he doesn't forget to bring you what he needs.
Oh,
Just,
yeah.
just trying to help out.
Yeah, well, and Dad's gonna help with that, cause see, he actually has to get the doctor's form filled out. So the reason that's harder is just because it takes longer. Some doctors, you can get an appointment, go in and they'll fill out your form for you, and other ones, like at Kaiser mainly, we gotta turn it into the medical secretary, and that could take a few weeks.
Oh.
So that's why the doctor's one is the hardest, because it takes the longest a lot of times.
We don't have that many weeks until we get out, huh?
No, we have, just under 6 weeks until the school year's over.
6?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was 6 weeks on Tuesday, so now we're at 5 weeks and 5 days. Okay?
Oh.
And you all know that tomorrow is a non-student
School.
day.
Nope.
day.
Yep.
I work, so it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, so do not come here tomorrow, okay?
Actually, I'm lucky.
Cause you won't be able to get in the classroom, and there won't be anyone here if you do get in, okay?
Oh boy.
Alright, so,
Oh,
I
boy.
wanted to start out today, we were having quite the conversation when I was here last Thursday about stress and anxiety, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Friday, I
Explain.
remember that.
It was Thursday, cause I wasn't in here on
Cause after
Friday.
that, Larry was here the next day.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Thursday was, yeah, that day.
Y'all were having
So I
conversations
went
about
home and I looked up,
Oh, Sherry.
it's gonna fall on me.
For anxiety, since I do have it, me and Miss Michelle, we did look up tips on what to do. Some of the tips are like 3-3-3 rule. That one is name 3 things you see, name 3 things you hear, and name 3 parts of your body. And then there's the stay away from caffeine and sugar. And then there's the sit up straight, put your shoulders back and your feet apart, which that helps too.
Good, okay, and I'm gonna teach you some other techniques today. Let me see if the stuff copied real quick here.
What are we all studying that?
No,
Huh?
those are tips on what to do when you feel like,
Oh, anxious.
yeah.
Oh.
Because people.
I wasn't here Thursday, so I was confused. To
Well,
what y'all were
basically,
talking about.
some of us have anxiety
Good,
issues.
good,
and we're here
see,
to
we already have more
rectify
strategies, and those are not the strategies that I'm talking
Yeah.
about today.
Okay.
them.
Or
Joint,
the
for
area,
example.
that's right. Okay, so the very first thing, of course, they're gonna be printed all apart. Uh-oh, looks like we're running low on ink too. I'm so used to licking my fingers to turn pages, it's
You ever
like.
lick the inside of your mask on accident?
I find myself poking inside sometimes, okay. So everyone will need something to write with, correct?
Okay.
Good job, Jonathan, way to be on it.
Is that my pen ready?
I
Go.
don't know if maybe we have copies either.
Pencils.
Here's another one, let's see.
Well, you're prepared.
I'm on board with this. I've had this many mechanical pencils since I was in high school.
Okay, I don't think I printed enough, maybe because it said what the door was like, so it might be because I ran out of paper. Jonathan, before you start writing on that, I'll borrow it for a sec, okay?
I'm gonna put my name on this.
Yeah, go ahead, you can start. It's just a little self-assessment.
Laurel Rough Transition School. It's a yellow pencil.
Glad to hear that again.
Yeah.
At least the whole name.
I don't know if I have more paper, oh, I know where it is.
I feel that way.
No, I just don't wanna burn it. Yeah, it's gross.
Oh, yeah.
Always walk once in a while.
More of an egg guy than a donut.
Boy,
Sausage.
Yeah.
Sausage and egg is real good wine.
I don't get the second one. I possess skills that help me relax.
I don't have the paper. She's gonna give the rest of us papers.
I don't get the second one.
She didn't print out enough
I
copies.
possess skills to help me relax and handle stress.
Does it mean like playing my favorite thing or something?
It means like breathing and stuff, where you tell yourself to breathe.
Oh, I don't have to do that, really.
I have trouble knowing when I'm angry.
I can greatly acknowledge when I'm angry.
Oh, I can really, I already know what I'm in here, so.
But whenever I'm stressed, like whenever I feel it, I'm like,
I have trouble, when I'm in anxiety, I have trouble talking to people. Cause people would tell me, would like, ask me what's wrong and I'll just be like, just stare at them.
I used to be that way when I was little.
And what's a tip we talked about that could help with that?
I used to
Wait.
hate talking about things with people.
Wait, tell them I talk to them when I'm ready.
There you go.
That's what I see.
I guess just assume they're nice people.
It's hard to see.
I mean, it's different if they're just a random person on the street. If it's if it's at your workplace and you have to be a customer service person, and it's kind of your job.
Yeah. It is.
I always have confidence in this.
Some stuff on.
Well, I don't like lines, so I'm trying to see.
No, I get that.
I'm gonna put that into.
Connect card.
Well, no,
We're
I
gonna take bus 84 in the gold line again, go downtown.
Yeah, we're probably gonna take my route like we did last time.
Yeah.
'Cause my route is apparently the best of all of
It
them.
is, yeah.
You get to actually go downtown this time?
All the people who bring their
How many
stuff.
more do I need?
One?
4.
Yeah, 4.
Okay.
400.
One at a time in here. I got 2 in my hand.
Take your time. Don't stress.
That's exactly the point of what we're doing.
Well, I don't want to stress out because of.
I wish Nathan and Royce were here.
Huh?
I
I
wish
just
Nathan.
realized.
Oh yeah, I just noticed Nathan isn't here today.
They're both great comic foils. Without them, it just feels
Why
like.
isn't Nathan here?
No idea. When I was on the bus, he just wasn't there.
I was surprised to know that Royce didn't show up. So.
Royce is usually here the earliest out of all of us.
Yeah, he's normally here before me. So.
Here you go, Jonathan.
I don't think I've ever licked my
They're
paper.
late.
No?
No, I never licked my paper.
Well, I'm always to like.
I never
separate the
like
pages.
licked
Yeah.
it on purpose just to.
Well, I didn't realize it was a bad habit until COVID. You know?
I just never thought of doing it. Like I always see all the teachers doing it.
Very
and I just
lonely
never thought
without
of doing it.
2.
Huh?
With what?
I said it's very lonely without 2 of them.
I'm done with
Nathan and
mine.
Royce.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Nathan will be back on Monday.
Okay. Wait.
Royce will be out at least this week.
If I may ask, why?
Well, it's personal reasons.
Never mind.
Oh.
So I can't really tell you that.
Never mind.
Okay? But when he comes back, I mean, Nathan's been out because he's sick, but Royce's is more of a personal nature.
Yeah.
Okay? So when he gets back, you can talk to him about it and see if he wants to share. Okay?
Okay.
Alright, so I'm gonna write up this definition up here where you all fill that out.
Oh.
I like lying, so I was honest.
Yeah, be
Yeah.
honest.
It's a good idea.
I don't know why. I feel like today's gonna be a good day.
It already is.
Oh, how I wish that was really fun.
You good?
Huh?
Are you okay?
Yes, I am okay. Yeah. That's all. Not enough lead.
Don't use lead anymore, it's crap.
I don't think I can recall a time where I've ever used a lead pencil actually.
Ever?
That I can recall at least, but I might be wrong.
I've used lead pencils for as long as I've done middle school.
Yeah, but they don't make them
They don't make them anymore.
I know.
because they're poison.
That's the sucky part.
And for some reason people eat them apparently.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why. I don't think I want to know why either.
I've never met someone who's eaten lead. I just read about it. And I was like, wait a minute. Why though? Why do people do this? It's like food isn't enough for people.
It's like same reason like people will do like, well, anything harmful to their body.
Have you ever met someone who ate sand before?
No.
I've met someone who ate glue before.
Why are we talking about people eating weird things?
No idea.
Don't know.
I thought you were kinda working on what's in front of you.
I thought so too, but the farm brought that up, the ledge.
So quick.
Yeah. Hmm.
So since I haven't ever taught this lesson before, I'm gonna kinda have to like read along with this lesson plan. Stress. So I won't be able to do it kinda off the top of my head like with.
Yeah.
Make sure you're reading.
I know this thing. It's not making me happy. They try to put 2 pins.
The way I see it, you just have to be very gentle.
Well, I only use 1 pin there, cause 2 pins in an eraser seems to be when it falls. Okay. Let me figure out where I am, right here. Okay. Alright.
Alright. So 1 is rarely, so almost never. 2 is sometimes, and 3 is almost always.
Eleanor, you need any help?
No, I,
You got it?
yeah,
You
I
did
don't
it?
know.
Well, you 2 have a head start.
Been there.
I thought I was trying to train everyone else.
Okay.
Well, if you need help, I'm here to help.
So 1, not really, 2 sometimes, and 3.
Alright. I'll do it.
Okay, good job.
So, are
We
you gonna
have-
have low stress?
Need help,
Rarely,
bud?
No, I'm just saying I'm
sometimes,
good.
almost
Good, good, okay, so 2,
But,
4, 6.
What can
always.
I,
You know.
oh yeah, when should I make that call again?
How about when we do break?
Okay, I possess
Okay.
skills
Does that
that
work?
help me
Because,
relax and handle
check,
stress.
you want me to tell you why I have to make a
So
call?
when you're stressed,
I forgot my water bottle
or
on
you're
the bus.
dealing with something, are you really good?
Oh, well, yeah,
Finding
that's a
the
break
words to
thing for
relax?
sure. I
Or
thought you
Yeah.
meant call them
you
off.
just get stressed
No,
out?
no, no, no. Not
Yeah,
really.
that'd be a perfect break thing, okay?
You
Yeah.
want to on a
I'll
bus?
just- Well, I just wanna do it ASAP, so that way I hope the water bottle's still on the bus.
Well, you could, they'll probably,
I
the
have
bus
a
driver will have it and then they'll.
If someone doesn't take it.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared of most.
Do you have a lot of people who help take it?
Because I know anyone can just up and take it, it's a water bottle.
Okay, well, can you let us
I
do our
don't think
discussion
that's
part
very
first?
good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, I think the bus driver on their
Because you have
break,
us.
they scan the bus and see if
Like
anything's
parents,
going on.
Hopefully we'll be
right?
good.
Do you hear
Okay.
that a lot? Okay, keep a positive attitude even in difficult situations.
Hmm.
I stick to routines and take good care of myself.
Oh, I have.
No, don't mind me, I was just reading that.
Okay.
I rely on myself and have confidence in myself. I communicate how I feel in a variety of ways, like talking and making music.
Same, we're just giving Jonathan this minute to get finished
I
up.
keep my eye on the big
Yeah.
Yep.
picture, even in challenging
I like
situations.
to enjoy this time,
You saw that,
to
right?
just think
You know
about
what the big
things.
picture means? So, like the main goal. So do you always like focus on the main goal? Even when there's other things distracting you?
What did they say, come out, Ray?
I know what my priorities are, and my actions help me achieve them. help others, which keeps my problem in perspective. Does it help you to help others? Okay, he's done.
Alright, okay, so this is a little resilience inventory. And does someone want to read the definition
I
of
shall.
resilience? Go ahead, Stefan.
The ability to respond to a challenge and adapt to change, criticism.
Circumstances.
Oh, circumstances.
So different situations, okay? Some things cause us more stress than others, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what they're talking about, the ability to, respond to something that might be stressful to us. It could be just changes, right? So this that I looked up was kind of on transition. So like going from school to adulthood, it could be going from one subject in class to the next subject in class, right? It could be working with one supervisor that you really like working with to another one that you find more challenging to work with. So we just need, and it can go on, assignments that are stressful to you, right?
Yeah.
So it's just having, being able to adapt to that change. And so that's why we talk about some different ways where we can handle that. So Jordan already had some great ways today. So let's start with this. Can I get anyone to share maybe a 1 where you rarely, where it's rarely stressful, or a 3 where it's almost always stressful? Go ahead, Stefan.
Well, I could say,
On your paper. Do you have a 1 and a 3 you wanna share?
let's see. I have a 2 for my first one.
Do you have a 1 or a 3?
Yeah, I have a 3.
Okay, so a 3 is where it almost always causes you stress? And what is that situation for you?
Well,
I see you next.
I know.
sometimes still get used to it. Sometimes I don't have confidence in myself about
Okay,
certain things.
okay,
Sometimes I think I don't do it properly, or I'm not doing it right at all. I'm still trying to get used to not doing that.
well, okay, that makes sense, right? You're learning a
And-
lot of new things this year, so you probably had a few of those situations, huh?
Yeah, and I don't normally like asking for help. I normally try to do it myself, which just makes it worse.
So what do we think about asking for help?
That's important.
Go ahead, Todd.
I think asking for help is usually either the right call or just a preferred method of like, well, can't really exactly do everything that you normally do all by yourself.
Right, it's okay to ask for help.
Yeah.
Right?
It's cool to ask for help whenever you need it.
And that
or
can
whenever you
be a way of
recognize
handling stress itself. If you're really stressed and you're trying to conquer the world all by yourself, I mean, go ahead and reach out.
You can't carry the whole weight of the world on your
That's
shoulders,
right.
that's for sure.
That's right, and that's why we have a team here,
Yep.
right? You can come to any of us if you're feeling stressed, your team here, your staff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not easy for me to ask for help because I don't like asking for help. Makes me feel, well, it makes me feel weak.
But it's not, I mean, the way that we get better at things sometimes is asking for help.
Honestly, I feel like asking for help makes you stronger and brave because it takes a lot more to ask for help than not to ask for help, right? A lot of
Yeah.
energy, a lot of thinking, a lot of stepping out of your comfort zone, right? So
Well,
that makes it very brave.
It's also because you don't know how the other person will react, because they might not react the way you think they're going to.
That's
So-
like that poster in my office, right? Life begins at the edge of your comfort zone, you have to take that.
It's a lot,
step.
Nathan.
You gotta take that little step. Alright, do you have anything that was a 1 where you don't feel much stress?
Yes, I possess skills that help me relax and handle stress.
And what are some of your skills to help you relax?
Well, normally I just take a breather and I calm down. I don't like hearing yelling, so I normally listen to music. I listen to soothing music like piano music or violin music. Yeah, it helps me calm down a lot
That's a
when
good
I'm upset.
strategy. Okay.
Or I just play my Xbox.
Alright, Cloud, you had your hand up, so.
Yes, I actually have a question about this.
Go ahead.
It says, when you ask for 1 to 3, are you asking for a stress?
So a 1 means you rarely feel stressed about it.
That's what I
Oh,
thought.
no.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Because
read the statement.
the intent says read statement indicates how often you
Circle the
recognize thoughts and
numbers that
behaviors.
fit for each statement, so.
1 would be rarely feeling stressed, 2 would be sometimes in a, wait, no. I thought 1 would be like rarely, like you do these such and such, like these questions down here.
So yeah,
That's
we
what
answered
I
it that way
thought
as
too,
well.
so
We
I-
answered
Okay,
it as
so-
if 1, they rarely feel that way.
So
No, we
1
didn't answer it in the aspect of stress, just in answering the
Okay,
question.
so we're saying a 1 is what?
So I'm guessing 1 is like you rarely feel like these, like see, like you rarely have
Oh,
these
so,
things on the
like-
bottom, like these answers.
Okay, so
That's
kind of the
what I-
opposites, like for I can handle stressful times which have a lot of uncertainty. That means a 3 means you can almost always handle that stress,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
Wait, what?
That's how we
Yeah.
answered it.
That's how I answered it too.
I thought 3.
You know, I'm sorry, like I said, I haven't taught this lesson before.
That's
Oh.
okay.
So, I'm gonna be
Okay.
learning
I
this
just read the
one
whole
as we
paper and
go.
I just learned that.
Okay, so. Okay,
I'm sorry about that. I just read the
That's
whole paper
alright.
and I was thinking,
That's
hey,
alright.
this is kind of.
I'm still having a hard time getting it here. Okay. Where you can read the statements and indicate how you recognize these thoughts and behaviors in yourself. Circle the number that fits for each statement. Okay, so when it says I can handle stressful times, which can have a lot of uncertainty, can you almost always handle that?
Sometimes I can.
Sometimes you can handle it, or rarely you can handle it. That's okay, Stefan, we already talked about, we have your right answers, right? I just worded it wrong, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so Cloud, why don't you share?
Okay.
So what's something that you can almost always handle? Give me one thing.
Okay, I keep a positive attitude even in difficult situations.
Good,
I
okay.
usually try to think of something else whenever I'm feeling really stressed or whenever I'm in a tough spot. I either think of something else or I think of a way to just go around it, to
Okay.
adapt.
Alright, where's one of those times where you can rarely handle it?
When it's something that, whenever I feel like.
Something on the list.
Huh?
You have something on the list that you could rarely handle?
Actually, I don't.
No, you had no ones.
Surprisingly, no.
Okay, so what's your one that you wanted to share that's not on the list?
There can be times when I feel like there are ones, but sometimes I don't feel like there are very rare chances that I ever feel like I can't handle it.
Okay.
Cause like I'm usually very mellow and calm myself, so I never really feel the like impulsiveness to feel like, oh, I can't do this.
But that's not what we were, kinda not what I was hearing from you last Thursday.
Huh?
Last Thursday, you were feeling like you were so stressed and nervous that you're constantly looking behind yourself to see if anyone's following you.
I still have that.
So, wouldn't that be something like that for you?
Yeah, that's true. But I've been working on it for ever since then.
Good.
I've been
Okay.
trying to work on it at least.
Good.
I don't usually get as scared whenever someone's behind me now, but I still get a little terrified here and there.
Okay. Jordan, why don't you share with us?
So my one is I communicate how I feel in a valid way, like talking or making music. When I'm having anxiety, even here or at home, I tend to shut down and not talk. So that's a 1. And then a 3 is I have a support network of people who I ensure regularly.
Interact with regularly?
Yes.
Okay, you talk to them often?
Yes.
And that is helpful for you?
Yes.
Good, okay.
If I may say real quick, I'm just being honest. This is confusing me.
It's
Cause I put
okay.
the ones and the 3s.
That's alright, it's because I didn't explain it correctly, you're fine, I'm not grading it.
It's
right?
okay, there wasn't much
And
clarification.
we already, no, there wasn't, okay? And you already talked about your part, so please don't let that part cause you more stress. You were the first one to answer, you're golden,
Okay.
okay? Alright, so Jonathan. Maybe you could help Jonathan with that a little bit? And, but Jonathan, you'll be, talking to me, right?
Yep, we're working on
Okay.
talking, right? So, I can handle stressful times. How do you feel? How often do you feel that you can handle stressful times? What does 3 say? What's this say?
I don't know that he's gonna read that. So you're saying you can almost always handle it?
Yeah,
Okay. So do you have something you put a 1 on that's harder for you to handle?
You didn't fill out any ones.
You're pretty cool, calm, and collected?
yeah.
Don't feel a lot of stress? That's excellent. So many people would love to be able to say that. Alright, Eleanor? What are times where you feel like you can almost always handle the stress? Do you have any 3s? Did you mark anything a 3?
Dude.
Number 2, that you possess the skills to help you relax and handle stress?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there anything you put a 1 by?
No, dude.
Okay, so we have another person that's not easily stressed, that's excellent. Alright, I'm always excited to hear what Tyler has to
Okay,
say.
is that why you saved me for last? Alright, so for the 3, I have, I keep a positive attitude in difficult situations, just like Vlad does.
Good, very good.
And for the 1, it's, I can handle stressful times, which I can have a lot of uncertainty.
Okay, so when things change, or when you're not prepared?
Yeah, I have trouble handling stress a lot sometimes.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about some ways where it can help us handle stress. So, first one we're gonna talk about is deep breathing, and we're gonna check this out. Okay, so, sorry, up here it says a trigger is a situation, we have it up here, in fact, Todd, do you wanna read the trigger?
Sorry, I was deep breathing.
I'm like for a deep burp.
Can
No,
you read the
no.
definition to a trigger?
Yes. Trigger, a situation, person, place, or thing that can cause you to feel stress.
Okay. Alright, so first things we're gonna talk about is deep breathing and being your own best friend, which are 2 techniques for responding to triggers. They'll help you calm your body and your mind during moments of stress and anxiety. And then we're also gonna talk about 10 bounce back techniques to give you a tool set for navigating stressful situations. So first, for the deep breathing, I'd like everyone to please try this out. You put your hand on your stomach, just above your waistline. Okay, you're gonna inhale slowly and gently for a count of 4, so that you feel the air expanding into your lower chest and abdomen. And then you're gonna hold it for a count of 4, and then exhale slowly and gently for a count of 4. And we're gonna do this 4 or 5 times, okay? So we're gonna breathe in to a count of 4. And then we're gonna hold our breath for a count of 4. And then slowly exhale. Let's do that 1 more time, okay? So, breathe in, slow and deep. Hold it. And slowly breathe out. Again, Stefan, it looks like it's stressing you to try to de-stress. And if you see your hands right here on your chest, breathe in slow and deep. And close your eyes, it's even better. Hold it. And breathe out. Again. Hold it. Exhale.
Okay, breathe in. Hold it, and breathe out. That's one I find that actually works really well for me, but a lot of times when I talk to people about that, I see them kinda try to hyperventilate, right? They're doing it too fast, they're going, that's not gonna help you relax when you're feeling
Yeah.
stressed out. Okay, so something I actually learned in a meditation class that I took, it goes even a little bit deeper than this. So they want you to really feel your body. So you wanna breathe in clear from your toes and feel it coming all the way up through, out to the top of your head. Okay, so it's like getting rid of it. And then, when you exhale, you're gonna feel it go all the way through. Feel it in your chest, your stomach, down your legs, all the way to your toes. Okay? So, I like that even better myself. It's just very relaxing. It was hard at first when I took this class, cause we all know that sometimes I'm not real relaxed, but it sure did work. And I came, and I've used it ever since then. Okay, so that's one. Does anyone feel more relaxed after that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a tool that does not take very long, okay? That you can use when you feel stressed, and if you just try to blank out everything else while you're doing that. I mean, it really only takes like 1 minute, okay? And it can help make you feel more relaxed and more in control. Okay, so the second one I wanna talk to you about is called being your own best friend. Okay, so sometimes we're really hard on ourselves, harder than we would be on our friends, right? So it says we're often harder on ourselves and more likely to see our own situation in a negative light than we would see it for others. So help yourself just as you would a good friend and answer these questions. So when you're giving yourself negative self-talk, right? Say, would I say these things to a close friend who was in a similar situation? You know, when we're talking to ourselves like, oh, you can't do this, I'm not smart enough, da da da. If your friend needed help, would you tell your friend you're not smart enough?
No.
You wouldn't, right? So treat yourself like you would treat a friend in these sort of situations, okay? And then the second step there is, what would I say to a friend that would be helpful? And talk to yourself in the same way, okay? Cause a lot of us, and Stefan, you really have a lot of that, right? Where you give yourself a hard time. When you think you're not smart enough or not doing it right or all these different things, but you at the same time, Stefan, you give excellent advice to your friends. You're very caring and nurturing to others. So if you can try to be that caring and nurturing to yourselves, that is also very common.
Yeah.
So you think either one of those are helpful to you?
Yeah.
Do you wanna try some of Jordan's techniques that she learned yesterday?
Not yesterday, I learned them, it was Monday when I stayed back with Miss Michelle.
Okay. So would you like to take anyone through one or two of those?
I can take them through the one of stand up or sit, put your shoulders back.
Okay, so everyone please follow.
Okay.
And then put your feet apart and
Spread 'em?
Sit straight.
sit up straight
Okay.
and then breathe.
And just like Miss Sherry taught you, long, slow breaths in, long, slow breaths out. The long and slow is a very important part of that, because if not, you're gonna end up increasing your heart rate instead if you're.
One of the reasons we sit up straight and we pull our shoulders back is because when you get anxiety, you tend to curl up and make yourself feel small. So make yourself feel big and powerful. Take big breaths.
Well, that's why
And then
I used to
there's
go
the-
just curl up in a ball of balls.
And then Troy, this one's very helpful, the 3-3-3 rule. Name 3 things you see, 3 things you hear, but when you do the 3 things you hear, you have to tune out what's giving you the anxiety. So like anything else, name that, but tune out what's giving you the anxiety, and then 3 parts of your body.
Okay.
And the reason you do that is because it makes you think of something else,
Right.
besides what's stressing you.
Okay, so the first step is?
Name 3 things you see. So like I see a whiteboard, a door, and photographs.
Okay, so you all take that first step,
Okay,
Sherry
let's
pencil
see.
desk.
okay?
I see a paper, I see a sherry, and I see a marker.
Okay.
I don't know if you count as something, but I'll take it.
Oh, I'm a something. Or someone. Eleanor, what are 3 things that you see in class?
Picture, a thought, and different.
Okay, Jonathan, what are 3 things that you see in class?
Everything.
I want 3 things in here.
Everything.
Any 3 things.
What's this?
Hey,
What's this? Who's that? Who's that?
shut
Anybody else? Tyler?
That black divider over there,
Okay.
the table, and that notebook.
Okay. Who did I miss? Stefan?
Oh, a pencil, a black book, and a desk.
Alright.
And
Right.
then 3 things you hear with this one, you kind of gotta. What I do is I close my eyes, cause then if you, I think my thinking is if you close your eyes, it helps you more focus on what you hear.
Okay. So everyone, wants you to close your eyes and listen to 3 different noises you hear.
And not noises that are bothering you when you're stressed. Something separate.
No rattling of the ceiling.
I hear it.
Very
Hold
good.
on, hold on, let's give everyone a minute to take that in, okay? Jonathan, I'm gonna want answers, okay, so please listen. Okay, you ready to share?
I only
Yeah.
got 2.
Okay, what are your 2?
I hear like the air conditioner, I think, and then I hear that rattling noise in the ceiling.
Okay. Eleanor, what things did you hear?
I did that. Okay, to the back.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead, Eleanor.
okay, to that. To the noise.
Okay. Dad, what did you hear?
I hear the noise.
What noise?
Oh, I hear that.
Okay.
I hear. That's kind of it, really. I don't hear much in here.
It's not a whole lot of noises going on.
Not
here
really,
right now.
no.
Jonathan, what did you hear? The air conditioning, anything else?
Right?
the bathroom.
Yeah, the pipes. That noise never stops. Stefan?
A door being slammed, the wind, and that's about it.
Okay.
I hear the wind, the air conditioner, and then the rattling.
Okay, good, very good.
What about each other? You guys hear each other breathing? You hear each other shuffling?
I can't really hear much breathing
Guess
because
I don't hear that well.
If we didn't have
I
masks
can hear
on, I
y'all's
would hear
breathing.
breathing.
Okay, so activity C here, we have 10 bounce back techniques for managing stress. I'm gonna put you in 2 teams, this side and that side, okay? And,
Wait, I have a question.
yes, sir.
What side is she on? She's in the middle.
Well, she's helping, she's helping whoever needs it.
Jonathan.
Okay, so I wanna find one more copy of this. Well, I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put this copy in him. Thank you.
Oh, are we not gonna do that 45-minute lunch?
No.
No.
I have thought about that a lot, I know it was up for debate, but the thing is, y'all need to get up and get your wiggles out before then.
Yeah.
I've seen that I'm losing ya, when we try to go all the way straight through to lunch. So, I mean, you can debate this if you'd like, but it seems like after like an hour of lesson or so, you need like 10 minutes, and we do like more lesson, and then you get your half an hour.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
No, I agree.
I agree.
I like it.
Okay. How about you, Jonathan? You good with that? We'll keep to our 30 and our 10? Okay. Let me just cut this piece of paper in half real quick here.
Even though it's less time, which we're just really losing like what 5 minutes, I think.
Plus, technically, real jobs give you that too. They give you the 10 minutes to get your
If
wizard
I
up,
can even find
and then they
this.
give you an hour.
Some jobs give you only 30 minutes, depending on what job it is.
Mm-hmm.
Or 45.
No, it's not big enough.
Or 15 minutes. I'm just
Working
kidding.
on it, working on it.
Or 5 minutes to eat lunch.
Oh god.
That's what Kaiser did. Like, some departments give you like 5 minutes, and then the cafeteria gave you like 45.
Wow, 5 minutes to eat lunch, that'd be crazy. Well, food wouldn't even be done yet.
How would you just eat it right out of the microwave? That burn your mouth.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a sandwich or something. So I guess if it was a sandwich or something, yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
But not if it's a microwave. It's horrible.
Okay. So, you're gonna take, we have these 10 bounce back techniques here. So this side, Stefan, are you awake?
Yeah.
You got a little too relaxed? You alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So this side, I'm gonna have you take the first 5,
Okay.
and this side is gonna take 6 through 10 of these different strategies. So one of them is, it says work with your group and suggest 3 ways to make the techniques work for you. Okay? So what you'll all be working on over here, number 1 says get together, get connected with friends, family, community, religious and or social groups. Number 2 is cut yourself some slack when you're feeling stressed. Go easy on yourself and on your friends and family. Number 3, create a hassle-free zone, a place where you feel safe and comfortable and free from stress and anxiety. Number 4 is stick to the program. During a time of major stress, make sure you have a routine. And number 5 is take care of yourself, physically, mentally, and emotionally. So, your job over here, if you can find 3, awesome. If you can only find 2, then that's okay. But you're gonna find 2 or 3 ways to make each technique work for you, okay? And then, 6 through 10 over here, number 6 is take control, so you can maintain your balance and focus on steps towards your goal. Number 7, express yourself and your emotions, be it through writing or by creating something. 8, help somebody, either by volunteering in your community, or at your school, or by helping a friend. Number 9 is put things in perspective. Eventually, things change and hard times end. Remember a time when you successfully handled a challenge. And number 10, turn it off. Try to limit the amount of media you're taking in, including television and the internet. It really doesn't mean playing games, okay? That means like don't watch too much news.
Oh, I don't watch news at all.
Mainly,
Nope.
because if you watch news all the time, it's gonna increase your stress, right? 'Cause there's a lot of things going on out there in the world. Alright, so the 3 of you get together, you're gonna work on the first 5.
Get together.
The 3 of you are gonna work on 6 through 10.
So the
Okay.
rest,
What's that?
So the rest.
Okay, we did that part.
No, rest. Like the rest of them.
Yes, you 3.
Here.
You 3 are, yes, you 3 are working on the rest of them, 6 through 10, okay?
Should we all just like come together?
Yes, you're working as a team, okay? So remember to keep your social distancing. If one of you wants to come over on this side, like Jonathan, you might wanna do that, so you can work together. And Stefan doesn't have to break his neck, go one side to the other side, to the other side, to the other side.
Hey, what the heck, I'll move too.
There you go. Alright? So you're gonna work as a team, one of you's gonna need to do the writing, correct?
Yeah. I don't think
Okay.
it's yours, Tyler.
And same here, one of you'll do the writing,
paper,
one of you will
scissors.
be a speaker.
Okay.
The first one to win is the writer.
Well, you also have to go by six.
Alright, so
I
who
know
wants to
I
be the
will
writer and
say
who
it.
wants to be the person who speaks?
I mean,
I could be the writer.
for
I could be the
example,
one who
Jonathan might be
speaks.
able to share better than write it.
What do you
No,
think,
I was talking
Eleanor?
to these two.
Oh, okay, but.
To these two.
Okay, I don't have the
Yeah.
ready.
That's okay.
No,
Practice
but
makes
I
perfect.
like
I'd say, do you want, I'd say, do you want him to speak or do you want me to
But
write?
we
Or do
did
you want
one,
to be
we
the
got
other way
together
around?
with friends, family.
Where are we writing it?
We get it, we get your notebook.
Okay.
Oh, man.
That's fine.
So-
Alright?
Can I
Paper.
get a paper?
Piece of paper.
Another one?
But I do want you all to
Yeah.
work as a team, okay? So the writer
What
and the
for?
reader probably shouldn't be the same person.
You
Okay.
reading?
Alright?
Sherry,
Okay.
did you get a
So
piece
we
of
did
paper for
one,
this?
get
Yeah,
together,
grab your
get
notebook.
connected with friends,
I don't
family, community,
have a
religion, or social group. Where
Wait,
we got
what
it
did
from.
you say
Your
for that?
notebooks out.
Right, get together.
Oh, yeah.
Do y'all still have them at home?
Oh, I do
Wait,
have
which
that.
notebook?
Because you could have one of those and a notebook. Where'd all that go?
Huh, I don't have a
Write all
journal.
by name?
Yeah, because you're together. So that's who's together,
shelf
right?
is this? That's Devin, so Devin has his, remember I gave you all a composition book and I gave you all a notebook as well?
Oh yeah, I don't think I ever got a cubby, or a,
How you spell your name?
Well, I'm trying not to call them cubby, it's a
Why?
shelf.
well, yeah.
And Stefan has his in here.
How you
Do
spell
I need
your
to
name?
purchase more?
Why don't you just use blank line paper?
Yeah, that could work, we'll
Here's
just use one.
Jonathan has one too. Okay, that's fine.
Cause I don't know if we even have
I
our
also
own.
have a lot of scratch paper right here.
I don't even know if we have our own shelf to begin with.
Okay.
I can't help
And
it
then
either.
cut yourself some slack. When you feel stressed,
Like,
go
Sam,
easy on yourself
Scratch paper.
and on your friends
I don't
and
think I have
family.
my own shelf either. now I
So,
think about it.
what do you guys think
I
about
thought
that?
yours was the one we discovered was messy.
Cause I think it's
Yeah,
okay
like-
to cut yourself some slack instead of
Whenever,
You got
uh,
something that your name was in here,
I'm
what's
gonna
that?
fail,
Italian.
I'm not gonna do my best on this,
That's
it'd be
fine.
nice if you cut yourself some slack,
Here.
Alright,
say,
maybe that's
I'm
something you
gonna
work
do
on there.
my best
Remember,
I can
we
on
did
this
this
if
like
I
the very
fail.
first week we were in.
Then I
and
did
you
my
put their
best.
names on their shit.
But do not
Put
put
them on the
yourself
table to
down.
begin with, and then you put them on the
Okay.
shelf.
So you guys gotta figure out a way to write that
Some of us
down.
didn't really have a chance to do.
Cause that's kinda long, so you have to
this.
shorten it up a little bit.
Okay,
So-
Like
well,
some of us very typically didn't get a chance to like put our names on a shelf.
If I get
because that would
something
take a
wrong-
long time, huh?
Yeah, it was.
To write your name on a piece of
I
paper.
acknowledge it.
Claim the shelf?
Not really, actually.
Yeah.
No,
But don't
that's
go
not.
too hard.
I'm gonna do it next
Getting
year.
complicated there.
Next year I'm
Okay.
claiming this shelf.
So I'm gonna have you all work on that for a little bit, okay? And then we'll go further when you're done. I give, how about 15 minutes?
That works.
Okay, so now it's 9:22, so at 9:37 we'll move on, okay?
Alright, so what are we doing?
I guess I'll start with your name on it.
Oh, put our names on it too.
Oh, this paper, alright.
What were we gonna say?
Sure.
We acknowledge it, but we don't go too hard.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't go too hard on that stuff.
I'll give it a shot.
Well, you don't have to do it that
I
way.
just will acknowledge.
Yeah, I don't mind, it's fun.
Miss Michelle,
Mhm.
how do you spell
Haven't been the
acknowledge?
signature in a while. though, so I'm gonna go-
That's it.
N-O-L-E.
What is?
I don't know. Yours is better than mine.
Alright. I thought mine was terrible. I actually thought my cursive was more
Thanks.
horrible.
You're welcome.
Like, look at how strange and abstract my writing is compared to yours.
Well, I'm just glad you have one.
But,
Because then when we go to vote or whatever, right signature.
yeah, you can't really write print.
Yeah.
I guess that's why I taught us cursive so early.
Yeah.
I need to practice more cursive now, think about it.
It's not.
Okay.
I was in fifth grade at the time.
One thing you have to write a name.
I was in OT where I learned it.
Oh, wow.
You don't have to write that, you have to write our names.
Okay.
Alright, now I guess we'll start working.
Yep.
Look at the date.
You can read.
Okay.
I think the only problem with this paper so far is that our names are bigger, almost as big as the entire paper itself, meaning that we've already taken about
and
1/10 of the
comfortable
entire
from
paper.
stress and
Well, it's
anxiety.
just good to know whose paper it is.
I know, but
Oh,
still,
that's easy. My room.
So there it is. Now
I
then,
mean, it could be your room, it could be.
express yourself and your
it could be in
emotions.
your room watching TV,
Yes,
on the
right.
Saturday waiting for you. Or Or you could go
Create
outside
something.
and enjoy some fresh
The
air.
park,
Huh?
go to the
Lindsay.
park.
Yes.
We could write something about our feelings,
No.
or we could make something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ooh, or we could sing.
I'm not very good at that.
Expressing yourself.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with that.
You should give it a shot then.
Okay.
Since if you're not so adept at doing it, this will be a first time for you.
What do I express about myself?
Anything, like what do you feel?
Go to a park
About
again.
what?
Life, like what do you, how do you feel about life?
You're
Good.
good money.
I'm good.
Nothing more?
Huh?
Can you
Oh,
put it more in detail?
something.
Like
Yeah,
say, oh, I like
Yep,
life
I brought
because
it.
such
The
and
only
such,
thing
or I like
is-
things, these things.
I
because
only
such
have
and
$1
such.
bills.
Yeah, totally.
Oh no, I actually, I found other plans and I had to go. We'll use that one.
I like your lower up thing.
Do you have time to stay after, or do they will
What,
work on
a
it?
picture?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah.
Like I said, oh, look at
That's
you
the way
go,
of
you don't
expressing
even need me.
yourself. You're
Good.
expressing your,
We got
expressing
this.
your,
You got
how
this.
you feel about my
You
picture.
ready to
Yeah.
put stuff on?
You just did it.
Alright guys, are we talking about
Yes.
main Baptist
Yeah.
still?
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm
We
trying
only
to get,
have
I'm
15
trying to get Tyler to
During that
express
time of
himself.
May
Okay, well, we
Day,
only have 15 minutes to
make
work
sure
on
you
this.
have a
So
routine.
probably like
So like,
12
get
now.
dressed.
What do I write?
get
Alright,
ready
so
for
name
school.
some
Like, if you're going to
ways,
school,
some
get
ways you
dressed
can take
and get
control
ready
and
for school.
maintain your
Or if
balance
you're
and
going
focus steps
somewhere,
towards your
when
goals.
you wake up, get dressed, or something like that.
So maintaining balance, you understand what that means, right?
That means I don't fall over on the floor.
That's that too.
What
That's
time
physical
is it?
balance,
But
sure.
balance, like, metaphorically means, okay, say you have 10 things to do today.
No, wait, no,
If you
he's saying,
spend
never mind.
too long on one, you're not gonna get everything done, right? So you gotta balance out your time, you gotta balance out how much energy you put on certain things so that you can
Oh,
make
what
sure
was
you
it you said?
have enough energy to
Like,
do all
getting
10.
up, getting
enough
ready for
time
school, or like
to
getting
do all
up and
10.
getting ready
That's
if
right.
there's something
And you have the
else to do.
resources to do all 10,
Okay.
so, or like, money, if you were to balance your money. Say that you had $50, but you need to buy breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You can't spend $50 on breakfast, cause then you won't have any for lunch or dinner, so you need to balance out
Oh, that's right, 'cause I didn't
Yeah.
say-
how much you spend per
Okay.
meal. So like balance could be anything, really. So, how do you maintain your balance, so that's balance for you personally, and focus on steps towards your goals?
Miss
I
Michelle.
think-
Hold
Let me-
on.
okay.
I think that's just too broad, it's not like,
Well, that's because you guys have to pick the subject and then narrow it down on that.
There we go, get nothing done.
So let's think, okay,
Poor word.
let's think about a goal everybody has. What's a goal everyone has?
There we go.
Oh, college.
What's the last one? Shit.
Not everybody
I'm
wants
waiting for
that as a
this,
goal, though.
or you could have
Car?
something like that.
Car, everybody wants a car, right?
Except for you.
Eleanor, you want a car?
I know. I just need a license. Oh, I need to fix my headlights.
So everybody wants a
You
license
could
and a car,
probably
right?
say some words
Well, I
too,
need to fix my
remember?
headlight
Oh, yeah.
first,
Jerry
so I
would
guess
have
it's
like
a
people
short-term
that-
goal till I get the
Yeah.
long-term.
That doesn't matter.
Excuse me.
Pretty much everybody has a
Uh.
goal of
She's-
driving,
she's with
right?
Weibo
Yeah,
and-
pretty much.
So let's use that as your main focus. So as an example, right, our example is driving. And then discuss ways you can maintain your balance and focus on steps towards your goals.
Okay.
We would,
What I put?
can you help Jonathan with number 5?
It's like
He
about
used
your-
to say
something about how
something.
Yeah.
Alright,
maintain
Jonathan,
balance
remember your
in
deal
order
with
to
Paul?
keep-
You wanna
in
go
order
lunch, right?
to keep track
So
of
you
our
gotta use
goals.
words,
How can
okay?
we driving?
Paul's taking you to lunch?
Hey, Eleanor,
Ask them and see if they get into talking
are you
more.
paying attention to this?
Take care of yourself,
Okay.
physically,
I want you to keep up
mentally,
with us.
and emotionally, and Jonathan, you should be good at answering this question, you know
I know,
why?
I'm confused.
One, you take really good care of yourself, right? You wear nice clothes, you always have
This
your
is
hair
the other
cut.
thing I never really like about you.
Mentally, you're always
There's no
positive,
clarification for what we do.
and you're
Yeah.
always laughing,
We're just
right?
kinda
And
given
then
things and accepting
emotionally,
what
like
we're
you
doing.
always feel pretty good, right?
and
So
it's
should I
really
write
broad,
down
no explanation
always
of what I
being
did,
happy
right?
and always wearing your favorite clothes?
I feel like we. I feel
No,
like
just
talking
talk about some
stuff
examples
that-
of how you guys take
Yeah.
care of yourself.
Like.
An example of physically, an example of mentally, and an example of emotionally, and I just gave you guys all of those.
Do we each have to come up with 3 or do
No,
we?
just together as a group, one for each one, okay?
Yeah.
Alright,
Then two, I would
I know
say
these are
this
kinda
one,
hard, huh?
Very
Yeah.
good.
Well, there's
Breathe
not much
in.
clarification of
I
what
let
to
that
do.
out.
Alright, so then you just get to make up your own answer. What it means
Okay,
to you,
that's
so,
Then
how do you
two,
maintain
you gotta
balance?
tell yourself,
making.
I like to
Okay.
maintain balance by
I'm okay,
breathing,
nothing's going to
or
hurt
by,
me. Or
let's see.
Are we still going with the car example?
Yeah, I
Well,
think
how
we
about,
are.
let's just generalize it.
Let's just generalize
Maintaining
it.
your balance, like,
Should
you
I
can,
list it then?
Like, let's say
You can make lists,
when you're having
right?
anxiety,
Oh, yeah, you
someone
can make
goes to hug
lists.
you.
You
What's
can make a
one for,
routine.
Yeah, see,
Oh,
those are
I
good
said-
answers, so making, you can cross that off, making
Is-
lists, making
like-
routines.
Mentally is the one where I said, you're okay.
Alright,
You're
don't spend so much
fine.
time on that, you guys are
so
behind.
just calm
Now-
down.
now I don't wanna-
It's fine.
And
Okay,
then
right,
physically,
making lists.
let's say someone goes to
making
hug you when
routines.
you're having anxiety, and you go like this, you kind of throw them off
Staying
you.
calm.
Eleanor, why don't you come in here
Instead
and
of doing that,
and join the
tell them,
conversation?
say, I don't want to be hugged right now.
That
Can you
paper
please
is
not
involved
touch
in
me?
what we're doing.
Let's see, yeah, you have the wrong paper.
Okay.
So right now, we're working on, I'll read it to you.
What do you guys think?
Ways that
No, I
we can
think that's
take
good.
control so that you can maintain your balance and focus on steps towards your
Well, I
goals.
thought of something.
What's that?
Good.
What's it called? Check register?
But I'm gonna change that.
What's
up
it
to-
called where you keep track of your money, but like, on
Your balance?
Oh, no, I
I forget what it's called though, you write down every time you get a check out.
Balance.
Balance your checkbook.
Oh,
Yeah.
how about this? Let's take the rest of it out. How do you take control? Let's answer that question.
Take control
How do you
Oh,
take
no,
control of
put
your
that one.
situation?
of the situation.
Now for the
So
third one.
hypothetically, any
No,
situation.
Yeah, just life situations. How do you go about taking control so that you're in charge of what you're doing?
We did one.
Emotionally.
Oh, emotionally.
Making
That
lists, what was your other one you said?
That one if
Routine.
you're in tears
And
or
routine, so right,
something,
routine.
You, if someone's
That's
around
what I
you,
usually like
you
to do
can
whenever
say,
I need
hey,
Yeah.
to do.
I need help to calm
What's another way you can
down.
take control?
Or if no one's around, you can like walk
You can
around
acknowledge what you have to do
and talk
Absolutely,
to somebody,
by
acknowledge.
not a
talking,
stranger.
speaking to yourself in your mind or physically. Acknowledging that, yeah,
I read
they
them
have these
off.
things to
So
do.
pretty much if you are sad, ask for help.
Alright,
Yes.
so,
I like to ride the bus.
I like his answer, acknowledge what you need to do.
That's not an answer,
You
so I
guys
don't know.
agree with all that?
Yes.
So if you're not gonna take this seriously,
do.
I'm gonna have him write.
Jonathan, do you agree?
I can take it seriously.
Okay.
So what was it, you said?
Acknowledging,
what you have to do.
Now we just wait.
and then how
I
about
forget how you spell acknowledge.
A-C-K-N-L, and.
Slow down,
K-
slow down.
Yeah, sorry, I'm stumbling on words. A-C-K-N-O-W-L-E-E-G. Acknowledge.
You guys all done?
Yes.
Good job.
I'll just
See?
make it look
See
better.
Okay. We'll wait a minute.
What was the next
Okay.
word?
Let's see, acknowledge. Let's see what else.
Acknowledge what needs to be done.
Yeah.
If you don't
please.
mind, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. real
What is
quick.
necessary
ahead.
to be done. Do what is necessary to be done.
Well, I already put that.
And-
Alright, so taking control, so how about take initiative?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Speak
So
up.
just write initiative.
Where?
Anywhere.
Okay.
And following through.
That's a good one too.
And then we're gonna move on to the next question.
Go on.
I
Alright.
learned mine,
So what are ways you can express yourself? So make a little line so we know it's the next one.
Jonathan, come sit down,
Yeah,
we're
Scott.
not done yet.
You can express yourself through movements, through speaking,
Okay,
music,
speaking. Speaking is one.
or singing.
What are other ways of expressing yourself? What is what he just said?
Singing?
Uh-huh. Music.
Creating something.
Great. Music.
Physical movements.
Creating something. Or creation.
Creation, yes.
Movement. How about facial expressions?
You can't see it, but I'm smiling.
So facial expressions. Alright, let's move on to the next one. Line. What are ways you can help someone?
You can ask them advice or ask them how they're feeling.
Help someone.
Ask them questions, basically.
Some techniques. What's a technique of helping someone?
Let's see. You can help someone. Oh, there is this one thing that I do now. Whenever I ask someone how they're feeling, I usually press them for more, and if they're not feeling comfortable or not, then I either back off or I ask or I press for more.
Okay, so I like the beginning of that. asking somebody how they're feeling.
Yeah, I used
That's
to
a
use that.
technique. Asking.
That's the trash can.
Because if I get a general feel of their emotions, I have an idea of what it is.
Okay, what's another
Still
technique
waiting.
of helping someone?
Asking them how their day is.
Well, we'll put that kinda all together.
Well, yeah. Maybe.
What about you, Eleanor? What's a way you can help someone?
You have done.
I don't know the right question.
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
You have the direct.
Giving them directions. or-
Yeah. That's a good one. We'll kinda keep that all in that one there. What about, where could you volunteer to help someone?
Oh, at a community service.
Okay, community service, so let's put that down, community service.
Usually prisoners do those.
Where else could you volunteer your time to help people?
The homeless shelter?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's community service.
Well, I guess.
What about?
Retirement home.
There you go,
Like,
a retirement home.
okay.
Or at a job.
How could you help one of your friends? What would you do to help one of your friends? Like if they called you, what's that called when you're there for them? I pretty much gave it to you.
Maybe being there for them.
Being there for them.
Being a good friend, I guess.
Yeah, there you go, being a good friend.
Listen to them and
Well, I
their
just
problems.
realized I know eating food also helps stress.
Yeah, okay, so let's go on to the next one.
That's a bad way.
I don't know if
Let's go on to the
stress
next one,
is
so
the
make a
best
line.
way to do things.
I didn't realize that.
So what are some techniques to put things into perspective?
Put things in perspective. Never heard that before.
How about instead of looking at one thing, you look at,
The big
The whole
picture.
world.
there you go,
The
so
whole universe.
looking at the big picture.
Okay.
Like say, I just see just Tyler, but then I look all around, I see the whole room.
Yeah.
Well-
Well, often when I'm thinking about things, I think about the whole universe and how we're a tiny little, not even a speck, we're even smaller than a speck.
We're talking about a different kind of perspective.
Maybe that's too big. Tyler, I think that's too big.
Alright, so what's another way that you
Try our city.
a technique for putting things into perspective? For you personally.
Let's see. I usually think of scope whenever I need to put things in perspective, or I think of things interpreting reality over fiction.
So what are other ways that you can put things into perspective, like if something is stressing you out? What is ways that you put it into perspective
Let's see.
to remind yourself that it's not so bad?
I think of even worse things that could happen, or I think of alternative things that could have happened, or this
Alright.
could have been worse,
So
or this
think,
could be
think of
better.
alternative,
Like things that could have happened.
situations.
Yep, that's what I usually think of whenever I think, oh no, this is happening to me, but hey, it could be worse.
One more answer for this one, so putting things into perspective, ways that you can remind yourself that things aren't so bad.
I usually like to remind myself of what I have, or like what I've already achieved in my life.
Okay. Remind myself of the positive.
Yeah, remind
Okay.
myself of the positive times.
Alright.
Or positive memories, I guess.
It's just a garbage truck.
Yeah.
That's the
oh,
garbage
yeah.
truck, that's the best part.
Oh, big
Alright,
shoot.
next one.
Like,
So what are some techniques that you can turn it off and limiting the amount of media you take in?
What? Oh, that's easy.
Canceling your Comcast subscription.
I wouldn't go that
You
far.
have a Comcast subscription?
No, I'm joking, I'm turning off your internet.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, okay, nothing that.
How about
drastic.
just,
Or just get off the phone.
yeah, that's a good one.
Or avoid news networks, I guess.
Hello.
Okay, good answer.
You're 1 minute
You
late.
can also watch
I
them.
know. I heard you
Avoid
all
news
talking.
networks.
And I think that you're good.
Yeah.
You can also just watch
Yeah.
TV in general.
Okay.
Sherry.
Let's bring it on back together,
We're already together.
Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
as a whole class.
Thank you for the help.
Ah.
It's okay if you wanna sit where your teams are, that's fine,
You want to stay
okay.
here, or you want us to go back to
You're
where-
good, wherever you wanna be.
Alright, I like to be here.
Okay, so who's our speaker for team one?
Jonathan.
he doesn't, then I can do it.
Okay, Jonathan, you gonna share what you have there? So we have for number one, what did your team come up with for get together, get connected with friends, family, etc. etc.
We put our names there.
We put this as an example,
Yeah.
because we got together as a group.
Okay, so that's one. Did you give me three? You're supposed to give me 2 to 3 each, right?
Sorry, I didn't realize that.
Okay, right? Somebody said?
Yeah, that's what you said,
They're gonna
2
do
to 3 things each.
Yeah.
So it's
Did you
okay,
come
what
up
is
with
one
2
more
to 3?
example?
Yes, I came
of
with 2 to 3
being
things
together
per section.
or being with your family.
We came up with
I don't
7.
think
Being with your family.
Okay, so go ahead, Jonathan, and share. Number one. Okay, Jonathan, you got this, okay? I don't wanna spend 15 minutes waiting for you to say what, okay? Get to what? Get together, right? So did you all just do that? Yeah, and then Stephon, you thought of something else just now?
To get together with family that you haven't seen in a long time.
Okay, good.
I could write that. if
Okay,
you want.
you can do that, afterwards if you would like.
Okay.
Okay, so in number 2, you said cut yourself some slack when feeling stressed, go easy on yourself.
We did that one.
I said to, let's see, we acknowledge it, but but don't go too hard on yourself about it.
Okay.
Like if you do something wrong.
Alright, is that it? You gave one?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry.
Number 3, creating a hassle-free zone.
I'll let you read that one.
Creating a hassle-free zone. We said go to a park and hang out. So like, kind of go somewhere that's away from your anxiety and hang out with people that can help.
Or just go by yourself and enjoy the nice sunny day alone.
Okay. And number 4, stick to the program. Make sure you follow, you have a routine.
Getting up and getting dressed for work every day.
Okay. What's another routine you do, Jonathan? What's something that you do every day? Yeah, so do you set your alarm? And you get up in the morning, and you take a shower, and you do that every day, right? And it gives you a sense of routine? Is that helpful to you? Good. Okay, and then the 5th one, take care of yourself, physically, mentally, and emotionally?
Calm down and, well, we actually do a 3 for this. First one is to calm down and know what your surroundings. The second one, physical, is if someone tries to touch you, like Jordan had an example, like if someone tried to hug you, you politely tell them you don't want to be hugged or touched.
If that causes your anxiety.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, my example was if you're already having anxiety and someone tries to touch you, instead of going like this, just be like, "Don't touch me, please. I'm in anxiety. I don't like to be touched when I'm like that."
Okay, and that's a personal thing, right? For some people, it really helps to get a hug when they're feeling anxious, right? So that's a personal thing. If you don't feel comfortable, that's exactly right. But sometimes you can feel less stressed if you get a hug, right? It depends on who's hugging you and in your moment and how you feel about it, okay?
And if you are sad, you try to ask for help. I know it can be hard for some people, but it's pretty much your only option because it's better than being, well, sad all day.
Well, is it your only option though? Is that the only way you can handle that?
Well, no.
You just gave 2 other ways, right? So one way that you can handle it, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So why don't you repeat what you said for me there, Stephon?
I said if you are sad, you ask for help, which is one.
Yeah, but that's not the only way you can handle it, right? Cause you said pretty much that's the only thing you can do. Do you think that's the only thing you can do?
No.
So it's an option, it's a great option, right? But it's not the only way that you can handle it. Okay?
Okay,
Alright?
sorry.
Don't be sorry, we're just having discussion, we're good, Stefan, it's all good.
This is practice.
Yeah, okay, so team two, number 6, take control so you can maintain your balance and focus on steps towards your goals. Eleanor, I'd like you to be part of your team, okay?
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask you to answer too. So who wants to
Okay.
take number 6?
I guess I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay.
You have 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, no. There we go. Now I'm ready.
Okay.
Now then, about taking control so you can maintain your balance and focus on steps toward your goal, right? And that would be what we usually like to do.
I have like a cursive hybrid thing going on.
I know I can't read cursive.
Yeah,
You go first. I can't read cursive.
Making lists, routine, acknowledge what needs to be done, initiative, and following through.
Very nice. Okay. Number 7, express yourself and your emotions, be it through writing or by creating something.
Let's see. What we thought of was speaking, singing, we can create music, the act of creation itself. What's it say?
Let's see.
What's it say?
Movement.
Oh, yes, physical movement, like you move with your body, and facial expressions too.
Good, very good, very thorough. Alright, Eleanor, for number 8.
Number
How can
8.
you help somebody?
Hope she can read my cursive hybrid.
Well, that's okay if you can't read it, Eleanor, you could just tell me
Okay.
somehow that you could help somebody.
Something outside. Outside. Really. Community. Servant.
Your community.
Community. Then being a great. 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 Great.
Being a great friend to somebody?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Hang on, I know there's more.
I don't even remember writing that. I did write that.
You did write that, we had you write that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think there's some that she might have missed though.
Go ahead.
So, let's see. Shoot, I can't put this.
Alright, I'll do it.
I'm sorry, I just can't read this hiding here. It's so strange.
Telling someone they're feeling, community service. We wrote retirement home, I don't really know why.
It was for like, it's like helping with the elderly and such.
Yeah, and then
For
being a good
helping
friend.
Good, very good. Okay, number 9, put things in perspective. Eventually things change and hard times end, and it helps when you're going through a hard time if you remember a time when you successfully handled a challenge.
Well, things that we like to think about whenever that happens, or we like to look at the big picture of life, or we like to think of alternate situations that have happened. Or like to say, oh no, something bad happened, but hey, it could be this or that, or it could be worse. And we have to remind ourselves of the positive memories that we've made so far.
Good, very good. And then
Yeah, I
number
did.
10, turn it off. Try to limit the amount of media you're taking in.
Get off your phone, avoid news networks, and unplug the modem.
That's a little too extreme.
I know, it's a
Sure.
little too extreme, but
My
it's,
dad always
it's
tells
an
me
option.
I need to
I mean,
Alright.
yeah.
My dad always tells me I need to watch more news, and I'm like, why don't I watch something depressing? So, you know.
Every time I watch
I
the news,
haven't watched
someone
the news
dies.
in like 10 years or more.
That's
Maybe
just
like
sad.
12.
I don't watch news at all.
Well, I think
All I
it's
see
good
on
to
there
be
is
up
just sad.
on what's going on around you, but just that you're not
Always.
putting so much of it on you, right? I mean, I
Always.
like to have my half-hour news in the morning, cause I like to know what's going on. But if I find myself coming home and turning the news on again and then watching the news before I go to bed, then it's just like way too much media.
My grandma's like that all the time.
He's not that.
She watches
the
news like
Mandalorian.
every time it comes on, like morning, early
He's
morning,
obsessed with that show.
noon, afternoon, and then late night.
Yeah, that's just a lot of negativity coming your way. Stefan, can you sit still and be part of the group? Okay, so these are ideas that they gave on the teacher side of it, okay? So they said for number one, getting together and getting connected with family and friends, is that these are great resources for exchanging ideas, talking about concerns, and learning how others have handled the changes and opportunities of change, right? So you get advice from people that have already been through it. Sometimes that's a good idea. So number two, cut yourself some slack when feeling stressed, says your emotions may feel out of control. So be prepared for this and go easy on yourself and on your friends and family, right? Because sometimes when we get really stressed, we can take it out on other people.
I hate that.
We all do it sometimes. Okay, so number three, create a hassle-free zone, a place that's like a haven for you. And I really liked your park idea. It should be a place where you feel safe and comfortable and free from stress and anxiety. And even if you can't be in your safe place, you can bring it into your mind. And then that can help you feel calm and centered. Right? So say your favorite place is the park. That's where you feel relaxed. Okay? Maybe you can't go to the park right now because you're in class or you're at work. But you can bring thoughts of being at that park that's relaxing for you into your head. Okay? So it's like kind of second best thing to be in there. And you can just feel that whole experience of being at the park, even though you're not there at the moment. Okay. So stick to the program during a time of major stress. Make sure you have a routine. Says you may be doing all kinds of new things, which you've all been doing this year, right?
Yeah.
But don't forget the routines that keep you tied to yourself, such as exercising after school or talking with your friends in the evening. Just because we get all busy and stressed, right? We don't want to quit doing those things that make us feel good and make us feel calm. So we want to keep that as part of our routine. Okay. Take care of yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally. It says make sure you're getting enough sleep. Stefan, are you asleep?
No?
Then can you sit up and you're sitting there with your eyes closed and looking down?
My eyes weren't closed. I was looking down, sorry.
Okay, just be part of the team, okay? Alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so it says get enough sleep, eat healthy foods, exercise, and above all, avoid tobacco, alcohol, and drugs. Some people might think they will bring them relaxation for a moment, but Jonathan, you too, do we need to all get up and walk around?
I think everyone else just feels like a.
Did we do too much relaxing today?
I don't know.
Now everyone's too relaxed to stay awake.
I got eye drops if anyone needs any. Just to stay awake.
Alright, for number 6, it says take control. In the midst of stressful changes, you can still maintain your balance. Even when parts of your life are out of control, focus on accomplishing your goals. Right? And you all said that very well. In taking small steps toward them can make you feel more powerful. Okay? Number 7, express yourself. Change and transition, which transition, like I say, could just be from one subject to the next. Or it could be from one school to the next, or it could be from leaving school, graduating, and going out into the adult world, right? So it says that can cause a multitude of conflicting emotions. If you're finding it hard to talk about your feelings, do something else to express your emotions, whether it's through writing or creating something. Number 8, help somebody. It says nothing gets your mind off your own problems like helping someone else. Okay? Try volunteering in your community or at your school or helping a friend. Number 9, put things in perspective. Eventually things change and hard times end. So it says whether it was asking someone out on a date or applying for a job, when you talk about bad times, make sure you talk about good times as well. Okay? and if you can find something humorous in it, make a great story out of it. Okay, Jonathan, can you please get up and walk around? Thank you.
Like I
Okay.
said.
So sometimes, like, those things that hurt, like those relationships and stuff we go through in life, at first it's all
I don't dare you.
painful.
Take
Well, it could
eye
even be
test.
with friends, you know, the loss of a good friend or something. But years down the path, right, you might be able to find humor in it. Okay, cause at first it hurts, but then the pain like fades after a while, and sometimes it can turn into a really funny story. I have a lot of those kind of things in my life.
I have some of those as well.
Good, yes, and then it gives you something to talk about, something to laugh about, right?
Yeah,
And for
it
something
does.
that used to make you cry or stress or feel sad, now it's like, I remember when that happened. Whoa, I was so stressed, but now this is funny, right?
The best part is when you can learn to laugh at yourself.
Yeah, that's a big one. Okay, and then on the turn it off, it says sometimes the media with its focus on the sensational can add to the feeling that nothing is going right. So you just try to limit the amount of time. We
Right.
all covered that. Okay, let's see what I have next here. Papers aren't even organized at this point. Okay, this is called a bounce back practice. Okay? So it says with your group, you're gonna choose 3 triggers. Oh, we're all supposed to talk about triggers first. Okay, so what are things that can trigger stress?
For me, it's being in the heat.
Okay.
It's
Being
different
yelled
for
at?
everyone.
Certain words that you hear,
I was gonna say certain sounds.
well, sounds are words.
Okay.
I put being yelled at.
Sounds,
I guess that also relates to
words,
sounds.
Words, like certain words.
being yelled at. What else can you think of?
Insulted.
Technology not working the way it's supposed to.
Tech not working.
Well, I guess things
Not having
working
money.
the way you intended.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Ooh, you missed the wrong time.
What'd you say? Wait, what was this one? No,
No money.
no money.
No money.
Then what'd you say, Clad?
I said,
Something about time.
something about like time,
Missing.
Running late or?
like bad time management, or running late, I guess, yeah.
Does that sum up what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it does, because, I
Just
feel
missing
that,
the
and I
exact
think,
time.
How about things like an
What's-
interview?
Well, that depends, cause interviews to some people may not be stressful at all, and in others it might. Like, I don't mind interviews, honestly.
Anybody feel stressed when they go to interviews?
Well, I was nervous when I did the project search one,
Okay.
at the beginning, but then after I did it, I felt a little.
Yeah, 'cause practice is another one of those things that can make us feel better about it, right?
Yeah,
So do you wanna put interviews or no?
I guess, yeah,
If-
generally, it works.
I think people a lot of times before an interview, at least me still to this day, if I'm going to do an interview, I feel nervous, I feel anxiety, and I have to do my deep breathing
Okay.
before I go in. But everyone's different. Eleanor, what's something that makes you feel stressed?
Breathing?
Breathing?
Yeah.
That makes you feel stressed out? Now that helps relax your stress, right?
Yeah.
But what are things that make you feel stressed out?
I got one, hyperventilating,
Well, that might be something you do when you feel stressed out,
I guess so.
right?
She's asking what causes it.
Yeah.
Oh, I get
What
that.
are things that you feel anxious about, that you feel stressed about? Jonathan, what's something that you feel anxious about? How about when I call on you to speak in class? Does that make you feel nervous? Yeah? So can you say that to me when you call me to speak in class? Okay, so when you're called on, maybe if you don't have the answer, or you just are nervous about speaking in.
Well, I got one. Getting sent to the principal's office.
That's a classic.
Or my office sometimes.
Or your boss's
On
office.
In class,
I got one.
hold on, just keep that thought. Okay, go ahead, Clyde. Go ahead. Said you had one?
Yeah, I did.
Eleanor,
Yes?
Can you pay attention to the class? You
Yes.
really get zoned
I
in on
am.
your papers, okay? Go ahead, Clyde.
Parental matters.
Parental matters?
Yeah.
So like if you're in trouble with your parents or something?
No, not when you're in trouble with your parents, when you get brought up out with your parents.
When you get brought to
Can
your
you give us
parents.
a little bit deeper?
Like say, whenever you hear a mention of your parents.
Because of not having good parents?
No, like having really, yeah.
Are you saying if you get in trouble and the teacher?
No,
asks
that's
your
not what I
parents?
mean. She had it right the first time, the bad parents, like.
Okay, so if you have bad parents, like knowing that you're gonna see them or that you're gonna interact with them?
Just thinking about it.
Bad memories, maybe?
Yeah.
Bad memories, is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I feel you there.
Bad memories. really
One
gets home.
thing, I
I
mean,
don't like my mom, I don't wanna talk about it.
one thing I'd say for Clyde, I kinda agree with Clyde on that, but one thing that scares me is when your parents, one way you know you're in trouble with your parents is when they say your full name. Cause usually sometimes they'll say your first and middle name and you're just like, it's no big deal, I'm not in trouble. They say your full name and you're like, oh God, what did I do?
So how about, so I think what he's saying is a little bit different, if maybe you were raised in a
By
bad
abusive
family
parents.
situation, right?
Yeah.
Is it when you think back on it?
That's the kind of thing that makes me really stressed out. It's like the bad memories or things I don't wanna think about or.
And,
Yeah.
and yours is
Just have
getting
this
in
pop
trouble,
out of
right?
nowhere.
I mean, I kinda agree with Clyde on the bad memories, hence my babyhood.
Not all people have good parents.
And you
Yeah.
know, I think, over half of this classes have that situation.
Yep.
Right?
I feel you there, I feel what you're
I don't wanna talk about it.
And maybe sometimes talking about things to fun can make you feel better. I'm not gonna make you talk about it, don't worry. But sometimes when we keep that stuff all bottled in, I mean, that's like why there's counseling and things like that, or even being, having a good friend that you can just talk about those situations with, right? I think a lot of you would find that you have a lot of that in common.
I guess
My
so,
dad
huh?
didn't like it
Yeah.
when I talked about it for whatever reason, so I choose not to.
Okay,
He
and
did- he
that's
doesn't
your
like-
choice though, right? If you feel like it's all bottled up and it's really affecting you, then sometimes it's good to talk to somebody about it.
I hate having to bottle things up sometimes. It makes me feel like I really wanna tell someone, but I don't.
So do you all feel like you have a safe person you can talk to about things like this?
Yeah, I do.
You,
Yeah, I do.
You
I've got
hear,
worse.
but at home Aunt Lonnie or Jack, but Jack doesn't really like to hear much about my real mom.
I
He
would,
don't like her.
I would say you were my friend Sarah. No offense to my dad, but no, I can't speak to him for the most part, cause he's mostly always busy.
Okay, so we're gonna say in trouble with parents, then that's a separate thing, right? It's not the
Yeah,
bad
that's kinda
memories of
separate.
the parents that maybe weren't that great all on the way.
Yeah.
And most of you have had that situation, are now in a different situation, right?
Yeah.
But still, even though those memories run deep, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard to shake them off, especially in different times. Maybe something that's causing you stress for another reason might put you back there, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever happened back then might have hit you even later, and you don't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Or it might have affected you in the long term.
Mm-hmm.
Like say maybe things you can't do, or habits that you just can't shake off from back then.
And so what can you do to get help for that, Brad?
You just talk with your friends. Well, not talk with your friends, not just that, but also talk with people who you trust.
You know, I mean, when I heard you all talking last Thursday, I mean, it really zoned in for me that how many of you feel that stress and anxiety, and especially with this group that we had last Thursday, and so that's why I wanted to be able to talk to you about it. And some of it sounded really similar in each of your stories, right?
Really?
Yeah, so remember when we started and we just did those little circles? I felt like we went so much deeper last Thursday when you were talking about things you have in common, right?
Right.
But we talked about like movies and music and the clothes styles and things like that, right? But we didn't talk about things like anxiety and stress.
I guess because we were all too scared to talk about it.
And
we didn't know how to express those feelings.
And that's why I thought it was such a great conversation that you're having, right? And so many of you were feeling that same way. So I think there's more friends you could probably talk to about these things than you know, and I think it could be a good bonding thing. For example, the two of you had a lot of similar scenarios that made you stress, and maybe from what I was hearing last Thursday at least. Right? Of the things that cause you stress and anxiety, and the fact that you even have that much stress and anxiety.
Was that
Right?
last Thursday?
You were.
Okay, I'm trying to remember.
It was Thursday, so you weren't at work.
Okay.
Yeah, on Friday I wasn't here, so I know it wasn't Friday.
Yep, that was Larry.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean though.
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe as friends, you haven't gone as deep as you could go. Right? It's still on that kind of superficial level of, you know, like, oh, we both like sports, or we both like this, or we both like to listen to this certain kind of music. But that really meant something to me. And maybe some of you can learn to be friends on a little bit deeper level where you can have those conversations with each other. That's all. Okay, anything else we want to put up here?
I can't think of anything. Anyone else?
Okay, how about exiting the school district?
Oh, that's more difficult. That's.
You've been in school for almost 22 years, right?
It was hard for me when I had to
Like
live low above.
2005 is how long I've been in the
It's
school.
not that
Yeah,
hard.
so
I wanna
is-
say 2002, 3-ish?
So do you think that's stressful? I mean, that's what you've known your whole life right now.
Yeah.
So is it stressful, or is it exciting, or is it both?
It's gonna feel different.
I think it's exciting because it means I don't have to go to school
It's a new
anymore.
chapter of my life.
Yeah, so do you have anxiety over that? Or
Well, I already know
Not
what it
really,
is.
Like-
I'm gonna get a
Feel
job
pretty good
as
about
a
that.
custodian,
Good.
work
No,
my
no,
hardest
no,
to get an
okay.
apartment.
Alright, so
I
this,
know what I'm gonna do.
Okay,
It's just, I need to focus on how I'm going to start.
okay, so we're gonna do something now that says, do it now, make it happen. So what you're gonna do with your group, with your team, is you're gonna come up with 3 triggers that cause stress, okay? And then you're gonna look at your bounce back techniques and see maybe which one, so for example here, they said, meeting with the supervisor, that caused some people stress. So what they did for their stress management techniques here is they did the deep breathing, and they put things in perspective, okay? And the benefit of those techniques, they said it calmed their nerves. And you just by putting it in perspective, you're like, this is just part of my job, okay? And yes, this is our first meeting, but I'll get used to it. And then it won't be so scary as we keep having these meetings, okay? So as your team, I want you to think of 3 triggers. It's okay if you use the triggers up here, or you can use other ones if you would like. And then I want you to think of a stress management technique that could work for that, okay? And how it could benefit you. And you have the example right here on the piece of paper, so I'm gonna go make one copy of this, okay? Do you have questions about it?
Jonathan, come over here, please. We
Did you
know
walk
it's,
in here
we
the
know
whole
it's
time?
almost.
Well, you're trying to wake them up.
Is he awake yet?
And right now, we have our break at 10:10. So I'm gonna make a copy of this. You make your phone call, okay? At 10:20, you'll be back at your tables and working on this, okay?
Oh yeah, so
Won't be, yeah.
Here.
And
Yeah.
actually,
I got
I'm good.
and Stefan,
Sure.
Stefan's gonna be, you're gonna lose him in the group for this part.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was
Okay,
about to ask.
because we need to work on some stuff for his afternoon appointment meeting today, okay? So I'll go make 2 copies of this, take your 10 minutes, and then Stefan, you could join me,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
What about you?
Am I taking our 10 minutes
No
now?
odd jobs?
10-minute break.
Oh.
Thank you though.
Yeah.
That
Just
is
wanna make
10:08,
sure everyone else
so
can-
I'll give you
I'm
12 minutes, okay?
Okay.
I-
Just wanna make sure everyone else is
And I
awake.
use that paper, please.
Can you
I'm
do
gonna
what?
need these.
And I use that paper, please.
For the
Of
pack.
course.
Just go to the
You
back.
never have to ask to use the restroom here,
Just go to the
okay?
back.
You're adults.
It's
What's the one time I get upset about it?
When you're doing it during, your work, your
Oh,
work
no,
time.
right after your break, right?
Right after lunch.
Yeah, because you just had a half an hour, so it does
Yeah.
not look good to the employer. So, I mean, I'm never gonna tell you you can't go, but I am gonna tell you that's not the most appropriate time.
Yep.
Okay, cause you just had 30 minutes, okay?
Well, that was an interesting day so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I can't wait to get my chicken tenders.
And I talk about anxiety, cause I'm just like, talk about it.
I don't.
Process.
And we were just talking about it.
I wasn't expecting us to talk about,
I don't have a good
Well,
relationship with my mom.
our feelings with our parents.
I don't have a good relationship with my mom.
I don't even speak. to
I
my
honestly
grandma.
don't like her.
I'm lucky I have a good mother to begin with. My father, I can't say the same about him.
I get you. Well, you see, my mom is lazy.
You put in 2 liters.
No, it's almost empty.
Listen here.
That's awesome.
How many 2 liters do you know what? I don't even want to talk about that
Well,
anymore.
let me get this straight. Your mother's lazy?
Yes. Oh, last time I checked, she was. She didn't have a job worth anything. My dad made me stay with her for half a year. And you know what we did? We moved around and stayed with random people, and it was annoying.
You
I
just,
had bionicles and she threw them away.
you just moved in with a bunch of random people?
Yes, it's her fault for not having
So-
a job.
You went in group homes?
No, just random people she knew, I guess. It was annoying.
Weird.
And she wouldn't
Wait,
listen to a word I said.
Wait, you were with random people?
That's what he
Cause
said.
that one, my mom,
With
my
my
real
mom?
mom, she left me and my brother with the random guy. I'm not joking with you.
You see how much y'all have in common here?
Yeah.
I guess
Well, I'm
so.
sorry.
I,
yeah,
sure, I heard that, and that just brought back the whole thing of the random guy.
You know, I wonder how.
Well, she was with us. It's just I didn't know any of these people. It was annoying. They were rude. I had bionicles. She threw them away for no reason. And then my dad finally gets me, and he's like, "How did you enjoy your stay with her?" And I gave him this look. And I already told him his answer. So you know, I didn't even have to say anything. And whenever he brings her up, I'm like, I don't want to talk about her right now. I don't want to talk about her at all. So I
I
don't
wonder
want
if he
to.
still remembers your look.
Huh?
I said, I wonder if he still remembers your look.
She
Like
probably
the man-
doesn't, and she's not going to.
The
So
man that Larry gave him.
I don't want to see her face. Because I already know what she's going to do. She's just going to be like, oh, don't you love your mom? And I'm straight up going to tell her, no, I don't. So, you know, you want to know why?
You don't have to
Because-
love your parents.
Well, I love my dad because he's been there for me.
You can love good parents, but not bad parents.
Well, that's
I mean,
what I'm saying. I'm not going to
Cross
lie to
the
her.
light on that. You don't have to, cause like if my bio mom ever showed up to my aunt's house and was like, "Hi, baby girl," I'd just go.
You're not obligated
Like,
to love your
bye.
biological
I
parents.
wouldn't even walk away. I would just tell her to leave. And if she didn't, I'd make her leave. So.
Or you just leave yourself.
I'm not leaving my house to her. So, you know.
Well, yeah, pretty much. If you're at home, say get up.
I get most of my, you know, attitude from my dad because we don't take that from anyone. We don't care if they're related to us, so.
Instagram.
I can tell that.
Especially if they have no right to come into our house
That's a nice phone you got there.
and, you know, talk all this garbage. The last time I saw her, or last time he told me about her, she was on Facebook apparently. I don't even know why he has Facebook, but apparently
Who
she
doesn't?
still wasn't doing, I don't.
Everyone has Facebook.
I don't do social media
Well,
besides
generally everyone has
Snapchat.
Facebook. She's got Facebook, I know.
You do?
Wait,
Oh.
how do you know?
How would you know?
No, I don't. I don't have to know. Because she left me when we talked about Facebook.
Okay.
I can tell.
Well, anyway, last time I heard, she was doing absolutely nothing. She has a mouth, so she runs it a lot, so she doesn't get anywhere really. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, that's
She
what I'm
just go to the
saying.
bathroom with Eleanor's.
Funnily enough, she knows where I am. It's just, she doesn't know, she knows I'm here in California, she just doesn't know where.
Does she know you have a job?
Nope.
Good.
And even if she did, she isn't getting jack from me, so.
Make sure she gets none of your revenue.
Same thing with my real mom. She doesn't know I have a job either. She.
The only thing she'd probably just be like, hey, can I borrow that? And the moment she says it, I'll be like, I'm gonna stop right there. Who are you? And she'll be like, I'm your mom. I'm like, oh, are you? Well, last time I checked, I didn't have one, so you know. And then I would just slam the door in her face and be like, don't open the door. Yeah, just don't open it. You're not gonna like what you see. So, you know.
like I said, with my mother, if she ever shows up to my aunt or house or here, and I'm not here, and she says to one of you, she's like, "Where's my kid?" And I'd be like,
I don't know what your mom looks like, so
I
that'll
know,
be, you
really.
know.
Does she have blonde hair? Like you?
Yes, she does. But
Okay.
if she was like, "Where's my child?" I'd just look at her like, "You haven't been here for 22 years. You ask where I am, but I want nothing to do with you, mother."
I don't see no child. All I see is a grown woman.
Yeah.
I haven't seen my father in over 20 years.
My dad passed away when I was like, when I was like 4 or 5, maybe only.
My dad never met his dad, but he knows where his dad is. He actually tried to get in contact with him at some point, but apparently he didn't want nothing to do with him. So that was, I felt bad for my dad. But it reminds me that I'm glad my dad isn't like that.
Your actual father?
Well,
What do you mean your...
my dad's dead.
Oh, you mean your grandfather?
Yeah, I never met him.
Ah.
So.
Because when you say your dad's dad, I think, wait. Then I think, oh wait, it's your grandfather.
Yeah, never met him. So. My dad met him once, but it did not end well. So. But I'm glad my dad isn't like
And they were
that.
good parents to
So
you?
sorry that your dad isn't. Well, you know.
You could say I didn't have a really good father figure.
At least your mom
So what
cares about
happened?
you.
I'm glad she does,
When you
but-
passed
I
away?
think that's the only difference is that, you know.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Also, I don't really have much masculinity, I guess you could say.
Randomly or
I don't
somebody
really,
you knew?
because I didn't really have a father figure to learn from these masculine traits.
Oh, okay.
Because when you don't have a father figure,
I'm gonna just look at her like, who are you?
As you were saying?
anyways, I'm saying, sometimes when you don't have like both figures, you don't exactly, when you have, sometimes when you have both figures, like a mother figure and a father figure, you usually tend to have both the masculinity of being a male, but you also have the femininity of showing your feminine side.
You mean the kindness
Just
of a
when I
girl?
asked my grandma about
Yes.
from Hawaii.
You can have both.
That depends
You
if the
changed
girl
your
is
mask?
even kind, so.
It doesn't matter if you're male or female either, you can have both.
I pretty much get my attitude from both, if I'm being honest, so, and I hate that, but
I'm
you
scared
know.
that I get my attitude from both as well, and I don't wanna think about it.
I've never seen you attitude.
Oh, and I have an attitude.
That's kinda big on me now.
I'm an asshole, you hear?
Looks good.
Yeah.
That's when I,
Oh.
yeah, I'm an asshole. That's when I get an attitude, yeah?
No,
But I never really showed up.
you don't even really see me then.
Fair statement.
That's what I
Yeah.
don't wanna show.
Yeah, that's fair. I've never seen him like that, so I guess I didn't know, but good to know.
Yeah, I
You've
get real.
seen me angry before, so.
I have. Also, yeah, I get real ugly whenever I have an attitude. That comes from my father.
Mine comes from my mom.
Yeah.
I don't take it from anyone. Anyway, what time is it? Oh, it's 10:18. It's probably
Oh
good.
yeah, I need to make my call.
I'll see you.
See ya.
Clyde,
Yeah?
like, it's 10:17.
I know.
Okay.
Quick.
Oh, but I will. I'm just calling the bus.
Ten.
Okay.
Oh, we have 2 minutes. He's fine. Thank
Okay.
you. I can't wait to get my chicken tenders today.
Oh yeah. You always do.
Huh?
Get away from me, fly away.
Also, I also tried the corn dogs.
There's this little fly thing near me, and I went like that, and I'm like, get away from me.
Yeah, I tried corn dogs because at the time their chicken tenders weren't ready, so I had to improvise and do something else. Mhm. Yeah, y'all should really try their chicken tenders or their corn dogs. Like they're really good. So, and I still don't see how you can drink 2 liters. So, how many of those things do you drink a day?
I don't. Hey.
That doesn't answer my question. You just had one.
It was almost empty.
That's besides the point.
Oh, yes, hello. I was thirsty.
A lot of sugar.
Listen, look. Why not try having a 7-Up with no sugar in it?
Because the aspartame or whatever they call it nowadays, not any better.
The acid?
Artificial sweeteners, they're
Yeah.
actually neurotoxins. They're
They're
bad for
actually
you.
way worse for you.
Anything that's sweetened artificially with, some people call it aspartame, some people call it like aspartame.
Yeah,
And there's
they
lots
keep-
of other variations of artificial, anything that's diet is gonna have artificial sweeteners, and they are chemically created, and they are neurotoxins, they're really bad for you.
But the 7-Up I'm talking about has no sugar in it.
That means it's artificially sweetened.
Oh.
Anything that's made with no sugar is
Why?
gonna have fake sugar.
So should I stop drinking those then?
I mean, you're an adult, and you are absolutely welcome to make that choice for yourself, but I would say, why don't you try to do a little research into artificial sweeteners?
Okay.
They're both equally
Well,
as bad.
It's
what about
1020.
rock? Oh, is it?
Oh.
Oh, it is. Well,
there's
see y'all.
Sugar is
I was
the
gonna
natural
say,
derivative.
aren't rock stars and stuff worser? Apparently, you can have heart attacks
I
from drinking too
mean,
much of
technically,
those.
if you have too much energy, you can get a heart attack from it.
Well,
But
that's
yeah,
what
people
a lot
are
of people
drinking
get
like
them.
multiple energy drinks when they're like gaming and stuff, and then they just stand up, and then they just fall over, and it's like their body couldn't handle it.
Well, I don't drink rock stars or anything. I stick to normal soda.
Yeah, if you ever have those energy drinks, don't have more than like one at a time.
I tried having two once for one of my friends. They were like, no, you do that, it's gonna give you a heart attack. Neck.
It
Even
hurts.
one, they're horrible for you.
Yeah.
Get started on this paper. Which one did Sherry want us to do? Sherry?
I'll see
Alright,
if Sherry
everyone's
likes my
back
mask.
on task?
Yep, we're working on it.
Do you like my mask? My grandma got it for me in
Jonathan,
Hawaii.
grab your pencil and come sit over here.
Sorry about that.
You're right, did you get a hold of them?
Yeah, I got a hold of them, and thankfully they put things in lost and found the day after, so so when I get home, I'm gonna check the bus again for when I go home.
Okay, good. Alright, get back to work, and I'm stealing some blown away.
So what do we do for work?
Okay, this, I guess we're doing this paper.
Oh yeah, that paper.
Thank you all go.
Jonathan, come over here.
Here you go. My took shorter without stuff on, but okay.
There's something that always bugs me about copy papers.
Jonathan, you're over here with
Copy
me.
paper.
Jonathan,
That's theirs.
I got the paper.
It's not, whenever it's in black and white, it just looks faded.
This is Sherry's one.
It just looks faded, it looks,
Jonathan.
Come on.
I don't like it.
Yeah, this is what it is. You can't do it.
I guess so. Well,
Okay.
I guess we're all gonna be working on this, huh?
Whoa.
Use this as, are you guys
No.
working on as separate groups or all together?
I think she said just a group.
Yeah, it's just a group project.
Alright.
Well, we
should
chill on this.
I mean, we
Uh,
can all.
We can all come together.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do one big group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big
How do we do this?
Well, we got social distance, so Jonathan, out.
Maybe,
Jonathan.
And I mean, you guys can all hear each other, so you can sit in your normal spots.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
You want them as one whole group instead of two groups, right?
No, I want two groups.
Oh, two groups? Okay,
Oh,
sorry
yeah.
guys.
I like to let them have a little bit of mental struggle before we're just like giving the answers, you
Yeah.
know what I mean?
How about if you just said in a group?
Well, two groups, please.
You like my mask?
Yeah, I do, it's nice, so I take it they're back, huh?
Yeah, my grandparents got back yesterday.
Ah, hey Eleanor,
Yes.
we're doing another project.
Awesome.
Okay.
I want you to pay attention.
Jonathan, turn
Here,
this way,
read
please.
this.
Oh, can you scoot that way, please?
I'm
Social
gonna go
distance.
while you
That's
read
what-
first.
Scoot into the table.
Okay.
Alright.
Because since you loves reading.
Okay. So, meeting with the supervisor.
Okay, so I need you guys to focus on the assignment.
Oh, yeah, I'm letting
Meeting
Eleanor
with the
absorb all the
supervisor, deep
information
breath,
first.
put
Okay.
things in perspective.
That was
Calm
just-
nerves, this is a
Yeah.
part of my job, it's our first meeting, I'll get
You
used to it.
listening? I don't think he was listening.
Okay.
Listen.
Meeting with the supervisor, deep breath, putting things in perspective, calm nerves, this is a part of my job. It's our first interview and I'll get used to it. So what we're supposed to write, Jonathan, is things
Yeah.
that like trigger anxiety. Like one of them could be in trouble with parents, cause Sherry said she doesn't mind if we use one of those.
Why don't we try to come up with our own first?
Yeah, that's
So
a good
what are
idea.
some triggers for you, Jonathan? What makes you feel anxiety? What makes you feel nervous? Come on, you know. Use your words. Recharge? What'd you say?
Charge your phone.
No, I think I heard you wrong. What'd you say?
Cleaning the house.
Cleaning the house makes you feel nervous? Alright.
C-L-E-N. Good. Nose.
Okay, Eleanor, did you read it all?
Number 2, read it.
And then
Okay, why don't you guys read it? She can follow along while you guys read it, that way you can
Yeah.
get started.
Okay, what is
Let
this
me-
copy?
Read
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Let me read.
I'm going to say
Choose
Uh,
3 seconds until interact by your class in affection B. Which stress, management, and passing back. The five, six, if you abandon a person to use to have mental is
3
second, what benefit each, but each separately group.
Boom.
Good. Alright, so get started on it.
Okay.
And listen to them, okay, Eleanor?
you should write on this copy though.
Oh, yeah, this is,
Well, I think that's the copy she only made one copy.
this
No.
is Sherry's copy. I
No,
should
she
write on
made
that.
2. I
That's
gave
the
them-
master copy.
I
Oh, this
gave
is the
them
copy
another
she wants us to
paper.
write on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eleanor, we have to use this to write on, okay?
Just gonna go ahead and drag that over here.
Yeah.
So just pay attention, okay? I'm gonna put this over here.
Yeah, I
Okay,
First
good,
one, I'm
good,
gonna put, here, let's put my name on it then.
Put all of our names on there.
First,
Santa.
It's a group project after all.
So don't spend all your time on that, so do that real quick and then get started on the assignment.
now we're gonna think of bounce back
And
techniques
Eleanor.
I can have.
Pay attention, Jonathan.
Clean the house.
What?
Pay attention, put the print on that one.
It's a hybrid, I tell you. Sometimes it is versus sometimes it's not.
I know, but just.
Okay, we don't need to be talking about that, we need to get on the assignment.
I know.
Let's get going.
It's 2021, I'm still getting used to that.
Get it, alright, let's keep doing.
So for me, what causes stress is hot weather.
Okay, good answer. What about you, Eleanor? What causes stress?
But,
That's okay, just put it. What causes you stress?
and to de-stress me.
Let's just work on each of you come up with one
Okay,
answer
each
here.
one of us will come up
So
with
what
one.
causes stress for you?
Clean.
Getting dressed? Well, yeah, what causes stress?
Yeah.
What causes stress for you?
See what it says.
What makes you feel very stressed?
When you tired,
When you're tired?
yeah.
Okay, good answer. Alright, so put tired.
Okay.
And what makes you feel stressed?
Forgetting something.
Oh, good. So put forgetting something.
I always hate it whenever I forget something, like I think of something in my mind, and then I have it there for a while, and then it's just gone.
Alright, so I'm gonna let you guys figure out the rest of this. So each of you is gonna give an answer for your own, okay?
Okay.
So she's gonna do her answers for tired and you're gonna do your answers for feeling, what was yours? Forgetting something.
It was the heat.
Mine's a heat, yeah.
Oh, but you're already doing yours, so I'm not worried about it.
I'll
Okay,
do mine
so
next.
Jonathan,
I'm trying to fill up these
what do
empty
you
spots.
think would be best?
Yeah.
I already wrote down
it's all the time,
the
I think it's-
bounce back is
Oh,
getting
yeah,
or
let's make the
cleaning the
copies.
house,
Here's my
and then
sorry,
don't listen to
printer's
sounds and
trying
be
to-
on time.
So I
But
had to
Jonathan,
write everything
what do you
myself.
think would be
Yeah, so
best
okay,
for
like this one
the
was
bounce
fine, so-
back bed? I think
Yeah,
that's what,
this
yeah,
is-
bed. I'm not sure what that
Yeah,
one
that
is,
doesn't
but
matter.
the calm,
So
I
what
know
I
where it
usually
says
do
calm
when
knows
it's
this
hot
is a
weather,
part
I'm
of
just
my job,
stressing
it's
out.
my first meeting and I'll
Like,
get used to it.
I'm like,
What do
oh,
you
yeah,
think would be
what I
best
do.
for cleaning the house?
You fan
Like,
yourself.
What
you-
are ways
Do
that,
you have any
to
ice
calm
or
you
anything
down
for you
for
to like
cleaning
cool
the house?
yourself off with, or do
We
you
have to
fan
do it.
yourself with your hand?
What would be really useful is one of those, like, you know, at a state fair. people
When you
have
have to clean the house and you feel
these
stressed,
fans that have, like,
what's a
spray
good
bottle
way
things
of
that-
making you
Oh,
feel
you mean
not
those
stressed?
those electronic fans with
Yeah.
with the water bottle spray
Yeah.
and the fan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be perfect.
But like, other than that, it's not.
What helps you
When I
with
get
it?
home, I just jump in the pool.
You're from pool.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's the last one. If you give us this answer, then we'll leave you alone. What helps you feel less stressed when you have to clean the
I need to
house?
read the original.
Yeah.
Technique.
Starting with cleaning your room?
Fresh management
Yeah.
slash.
How about
best
starting one
techniques to
room at a
use.
time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the third one says benefit or something like that.
Yeah. Should I put multiple techniques? Because,
I mean, it does say techniques and they S at the end, so you
Okay.
could or you could not put both.
Are you letting her answer for herself?
I'm doing working on mine right now.
We're
Okay.
gonna hear his first, then we're gonna go Eleanor, then we're gonna go me.
Good.
And well, it says, you know, jumping in the pool.
I guess so, but when I heard getting wet, I was thinking like a bath or something.
Yeah.
The-
Benefit of technique, it's talking about one of them or both?
I guess both of them, since you put techniques. I guess put the benefits for both techniques.
You two look at me. I'm gonna take a picture. Alright, now you three as well, look at me, let me take a picture.
Tyler?
Yep, ready? 1, 2, 3. I think your eyes were closed, Eleanor, let's try again. 1, 2, 3. Good.
I'm glad I'm wearing this mask for that.
I'm glad I took it off.
Uh,
So this is what the classroom smells like.
yeah.
I don't like wearing these.
I know, put it back on though, it's important.
Took it off.
You know what?
There you go.
You know Hawaii, you know Texas, Florida,
Put it back on.
and other countries are lucky because they got to throw these out.
At the same time, their infection rate has increased.
Right.
And lots of people are dying.
Yep.
And they have more sick people because they're not practicing safe practices.
Yep.
Like social distancing. Like this is weird, basically.
We just do it to keep each other safe because we care about each other, right?
These are our answers. We put clean the house, get work, clean the house, don't listen to sounds and be on time. Cause my third one was not being on time for something. Cause
Yeah,
that's one of
I
my
thought that
worst
was
fears
stuff,
is like
so
if
I
I'm
guess
late to
whoever
work or
got
something,
tired,
I'm like, gotta be on time,
Tired?
can't be late.
Actually, similar, when my kids were in school, my biggest fear was
tired,
picking
yeah.
them up
Eleanor,
late
you said
from
tired,
school.
right?
I didn't
Okay,
wanna pick
you
them
wanna
up
do
late.
yours section next?
But as you get older, adulthood gets harder.
Yeah, you might wanna
Unfortunately,
recap
that's
what you
true.
did.
But you know, some things get easier.
Oh.
Like when you were a kid, you had to listen to
Like you
everything
say
your parents
what
said
we have to
all the
do,
time. Now
and
you're an
tell
adult,
her
so
how
you
it
can do what you
What
want.
would you do if you
Oh,
got
yeah.
You know?
stressed out from
But it's hard
being
because you
tired?
have to make your own
You write
decisions,
down what
make your own
you-
food and stuff like
What
that.
would you
So
come up
it's
with,
easier
Eleanor?
and harder. Alright, so,
It's Eleanor's turn.
okay, that's fine. Eleanor? So you said that feeling tired makes you feel stressed, right?
Yes.
Alright. What's the second part?
The second part is what you would do to calm down
Okay, so how do you
or de-stress yourself.
How do you
Manage
feel less
stress.
stressed about being tired? What can you do to help fix that? But we don't need to read all that. So right now, feeling tired makes you stressed. So how can you solve that problem?
I would stop down.
What would you do to feel less stressed about being tired? What could you do? We don't need to read that. How do you fix being tired?
Like a big.
What would you do to not be tired anymore?
We get up, walking around.
That's a great answer.
That's what Jonathan had to do earlier.
Can you tell me spell it around?
AROUND.
Around.
Good. Alright. And then what's this one?
It says,
Oh, that's
benefit
right.
of technique.
The benefit of the technique.
Like what benefits it, what
So,
do you do to technique?
when you're tired and you walk around, let me make a line like this so that we know that one's yours.
Yeah.
So when you're tired, you're gonna do it right here. When you're tired and you walk around, what is the benefit of that, or what does it do for you? So you're tired and you get up and walk around, what does walking around do for you? Don't worry about that. We're just listening to my voice right now. When you're tired and you get up and walk around, what does that do for you?
It would do. It can help you.
I hope you wake up.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good answer.
Can you spell better?
WAKE KE and a new word, UP. Good job. Alright, we're gonna give this off and now it's his turn.
Yes, that.
Thanks, Ella. Alright, my turn.
You kinda took your writing space, but.
That's okay, that's why I did the line, so that you would know that this is
Yeah.
yours.
I mean,
Is all set?
man,
I hope we can make
Okay.
it work.
I hope so as well. Also, what's funny is that the original didn't even have that horizontal line, it just had this vertical line.
Oh, yeah.
I like to draw my lines too. It's fun that way. Hey, where's the original?
That's over there.
Well, whatever, I'm gonna get to it. There, we can draw there. Let's see. Good boy, you're doing something.
And see, and you didn't even have to take any answers off the board. Good job.
You made the line go all the way down to the paragraph down there.
Oh, I guess you did, but that was one of your things, right?
Yeah, make the line go
Sound
down
what?
further.
Yeah,
I
good,
said,
but
I
don't know if
didn't
it was
put
like-
certain sounds because I didn't know how to spell certain, but I put sounds.
I think I'm fine
Cause
with
it
this.
doesn't really matter if you say certain or sounds.
If you wanna put certain, I'll tell you how to spell it. You put right above it. CERTAIN.
Like you've noticed that when people yell around me, I go like this, cause.
I think
Yeah.
that you can put certain sounds like yelling
Yeah.
underneath of it. I thought you were gonna say people getting in your face.
Well, like yelling or that, but mostly when I get people yell, I tense up, cause that's mostly what gets my anxiety up.
Yeah.
Do you know that technology not working? I like how she put tech. No money, running late. Oh, I kinda use two because I said not being on time, even though it's kinda the same as running late.
It's the same, but it's also different.
Crap.
Oh.
It's okay, I fixed it.
The most
Oh,
terrifying
what
one
is
up
it?
there is being called to the principal's office.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
Or
is
when
it?
someone says,
10 years?
we need to talk.
It's a good, I gotta go that way, bye.
I'm like,
Never seen someone have painful.
It's never fun to get nervous.
Yeah.
Usually when people say we need to talk, I'll be like, about what?
Feel like
Oh, is that old? Yeah, that's old. What?
Thursday schedule. Oh, Michelle, those right there are the times I work under my name this week.
I got it, you sent me your schedule,
Okay.
I wrote it down. It's good times because it doesn't interfere with your other schedules.
Yeah. The one they had me do at 3 a.m., that's because I didn't tell them I did school.
Wow, that's really rough.
I kinda just told them I was available anytime.
Did you guys finish?
Who's working on the last one? What's this for?
You'll find out in a minute.
Okay, I'm scared.
I figure we have a few extra minutes, so we'll do something more fun.
Alright, I'm scared.
So finish up your thing and then I'll let you know.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh.
I can't believe I'm gonna graduate in less than a month.
Where's Paul?
A little more than a month.
I miss Paul.
He's gone.
I don't miss you.
I think he's working on some DMV stuff.
Oh.
And also
He's
Nathan
talking
isn't
to me
here.
about that.
Yeah, Nathan isn't
DMV
here.
stuff.
Yeah.
They only come with boy here. It's kind of.
Okay. I wish Nathan was here. He's always the top kind of guy.
It's really lonely without him.
Yeah.
Royce too.
Yeah, Royce is, he's too bad.
Alright.
Okay.
So,
So, you guys are each group is gonna create a story or a scenario, and it could be anything you want, and whoever has the funniest story gets kudos, which means just extra funny points.
bragging rights?
Yeah, bragging rights for the funniest story.
Sounds good,
So, but I don't want you guys to know what you're writing about, so you're gonna have to be real quiet and not, so whoever comes up with the funniest, either scenario or story, so I want you to have a problem, and then how the problem is solved, but I want it to be silly. It has to be realistic, but funny, like a funny situation, like if you had to deal with that, it would make people laugh. And I don't know how much time we have, cause as soon as she comes out, you guys won't be able to do it anymore, cause it wasn't one of her assignments, so.
So, do we work as a group or just
Yeah,
separate?
you work as that group and you work as this group,
Okay.
or if you guys all wanted to work together, you totally could, you guys come up with the funniest story possible.
Well, they probably could.
You wanna do that
You
instead?
see the Pope.
I already started.
Just the one.
I'm
Dogs in your stores are wild.
Or you can each take,
Or do what?
I said, or you could rip the paper in half and you can each come up with your own story.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay,
I think we should just
so,
work together.
So Jordan-
You're asleep, Matt. You're sleeping.
Yeah, where?
They come over here. Wait, actually, no, they stay there.
okay, well, since, if you guys are all working as a whole group, you can stay right where you are and you guys can just talk.
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
that.
Okay?
Okay.
It's right down everything.
Well, then let's just write up what we can think of.
So,
Anxiety.
so just talk about it first, like what would be the scenario you guys wanna talk about, then you decide on it?
Because his mask is a sleep mask.
Let me think of a funny
And then it
story.
starts to go to sleep.
Alright, so Jordan has an idea.
I think we should do anxiety since it is kind of related into our assignment.
How would that be funny?
Hey, you can make it funny. You could have anxiety and then fall down.
That's mean.
Well, I
No.
mean, if you fall off like what, a banana or something, I guess that could be funny.
So, actually what we could do
Hmm?
is, it can still be related to anxiety without writing about anxiety, because writing a funny story and funny things can be a resolution for anxiety.
Yeah, and it makes the person that wrote it anxious when people read it.
No, Jordan's ready to do this, huh?
He's already doing it.
Yeah, exactly,
If it
so
was
it
me.
doesn't have to be about anxiety, it could be about anything, so.
If it was me, I'd be anxious.
It doesn't have to be depressing though, it could be anxious, but
Alright,
not
we're wasting
depressing.
time though, so let's think of something funny. What's a funny topic, guys?
Jonathan using his mask as a sleep mask.
Jonathan talking.
That's it.
Let's,
Jonathan.
okay, let's be nice. Let's think of something outside of the
No,
classroom.
I mean like that's a good thing, I'm happy he's talking, but.
Jerry's coming.
How's everyone doing out here?
Good, they
Need more
finished the
work?
assignment, so we were talking about funny stories. Like,
Okay,
about
good.
them making a funny story. We were just waiting for you.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna take us a little longer, and you and I might need to work on the phone tomorrow. Okay, because his meeting is today, but I did have something else. So did you all review it? You wanna review it with them?
Yeah, we can do that. We didn't review it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then. Okay, we might be done with this time. They brought other things.
So we were talking about how funny things can help with anxiety, so they were working on all coming up with a story together that could be funny, that would, story writing and reading and stuff can help with anxiety.
Awesome, good.
We're just bonding.
Good. Let me, that was the end of this one, but I have another packet of things.
I need a new pencil.
So, guys, what would our topic be?
Kissing the toilet.
No,
that's not-
no.
What about the toilet? That's too much.
Kissing kids.
Tyler, Brad, Eleanor, you guys got any ideas?
Let me think. Oh, circus.
Yeah,
circus.
circuses could be funny. So what could happen at the circus that would be
Kissing clowns.
extremely funny?
I wouldn't know.
You could run into a clown, or you could, if you're scared of a clown, you could run into
I'm
them.
actually deathly afraid of
We could write a funny story about Jonathan. Calm down.
I am deathly afraid of anything.
So we can make a funny story about somebody who encountered a clown, who was terrified of the clown.
Yes.
I'm more a fan of Jonathan's idea.
And then they could find out that the clown was
Friendly.
someone they knew.
Or the clown was someone they knew, but they couldn't tell in disguise.
And then they got afraid.
It was
Yeah.
scary.
Or it was like a close friend that the person didn't know it was.
Yeah, see, that could be funny, cause then once they find out, they're like, oh,
Oh.
I was scared for nothing.
Exactly, that could be funny.
Alright, you guys wanna write about that?
I like that.
Pepper.
You gotta make a whole story though.
Dr. Pepper, they've been a company since 1885.
Why?
Because they're delicious.
Okay, so after you all discuss that, part one, I know that these two have already been working on. This is your interests and abilities,
Yeah.
okay? So they've been working on it, but then I haven't introduced part two yet. So it's based on your answers in part one, list and describe 3 jobs that match your interests and abilities.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So these guys are, just cause these two are here each day is why they've already been working on this and so
Okay.
they can do more.
Okay.
Alright?
What?
We're good? And we have 11:30 is lunch, so how long do we have? 45? What?
What?
10:45.
You said
What time is it
time
now?
on
It is, almost 10:50.
Jonathan's hilarious.
We have-
Oh, it's 45 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Now it's
Lunch
like
is
five.
at 11:30 and it's like 10:47
Jonathan's just
right
being
now.
silly right now.
Okay, so Jonathan,
Yep, sit down now.
I need you to be professional, okay? I'm glad you're coming out of your shell, okay? But I need you to give all the energy you give to being silly. I want you to put that same amount of energy in to completing your assignments and being part of your team, okay? Okay?
Have a seat. Alright, so let's go over the assignment that you guys just did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you mean this one?
Jordan, we'll start with you.
Okay, so one, we had cleaning the house, and then for the solution, we said getting to work cleaning the house. And then the bed, we said start one room at a time.
Alright, and your second one?
Certain sounds like yelling, don't listen to sounds, stay away from sound.
So, let's elaborate on that a little bit. What if you're in, say, a classroom and you can't get away from that sound or you can't leave? What will be another way you can handle that?
Do the anxiety techniques where you can breathe.
Or if you're at a bus stop and there's a really large truck going down the street.
And then number 3, we put not on time, be on time. So you're on time, which that is like more if you're like feeling like you're gonna be late to class or late to work, then you can remind yourself, I gotta be on time or a little bit early, so I don't feel like I'm in a panic.
And so what's one way that you can make sure that you're on time or early?
You could either get a ride or you could you could walk and take the RT there.
What's another technique that you could use that would make sure that you were up early in time?
You
Take a
could,
smart ride.
you could set an alarm.
Set an alarm for a little bit early?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what do you guys got?
The first one I got is, what makes me, causes stress is hot weather.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, the first one I put is deep breathing, and the other one is getting wet, which would mean jumping in the pool or
Taking a
rinsing
bath.
myself in the shower.
Mm-hmm.
And, the benefit of the technique is deep breathing can be done on the go, although getting wet is more efficient.
Okay.
And so I guess the next one is Eleanor's.
Alright, Eleanor, what'd you got? So yours was here. So,
The did
so when you're
walking
time.
around, wake up.
So when she is tired, she feels stressed. So one of the solutions for her is walking around to help wake her up. Good job.
And last but not least is class.
Oh, yes, me. Now then, the one thing I feel stressed about most is forgetting something.
We can all
Being
relate to that, huh?
forgetful. Oh, it's,
Alright.
So what I like to do to manage my stress or to manage myself
Uh-huh.
is to calm down with deep breathing. And I also try to write it down whenever I first think about it. That way I know for next time.
Good. So list making, and we talked about list making before.
List making, I have a routine as well.
Good.
And the benefit of it is I get to know information from where I got it, which is my mind. And so that way I don't have to worry about forgetting ever again.
There you go.
Theoretically, I would.
Right?
But yeah.
Okay. So I feel like you guys get the concept of this pretty well. You don't feel like we need to talk about it any deeper?
No.
You understand? Follow
Got it.
Alright, so you two have this paper, right?
Yes.
Already, so why don't you grab that?
I think the adoption already did that.
I know,
Oh,
I want you to grab it.
Which paper is it?
This is due up.
Part 2 of part 1. There you go.
You ready now? Oh, this is your person.
Yeah, so we're gonna go back to our own seats.
Oh.
Oh, this is
Have
each
you done this
person by
already?
themselves now.
No.
New? Okay, so we're gonna work on that.
Well, it was nice working with you. Yeah, it was nice knowing you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I still know you.
Oh, yeah, I know that. Oh, next time, no one. It's not yet.
You got
Actually, I
yours?
don't know how far it's not.
Jonathan,
Actually, I
you
don't know
have
how
yours?
far it's not even that far.
What do we do with our group project?
I guess just keep it for now.
So Leanne, just set it here for now and we'll ask her if she needs it. And if we have time, we'll come back to this.
Don't even mention thirst around me.
Alright, and I remember working on this. So you're gonna get part 2.
Then Miss Bunny.
Money, like,
And you're gonna get part 2, Jonathan. So if you can get one of these answers down all by yourself without any help from me, I will tell Paul that you earned extra points for going to lunch, okay? You think you can do that? I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, give it a try. And then if that doesn't, if you can't do it, then I'll help you, okay? But if you can get one answer all by yourself, I'll tell Paul you did extra good. Okay? And that you talked extra. So sit down. We're gonna focus. So I want you to read this and then try to answer it. So it says your interests and abilities, part 2. Based on your answers in part 1, list and describe 3 jobs that match your interests and abilities. So 3 jobs that you think that you would be really good at. So if you can get one answer all by yourself, okay. So what is a job that you can do those things at? I'm gonna leave you alone for a few minutes, I wanna see one answer, okay? Focus. Come on, Clyde. Everybody else is partway into it.
I know. Darn, I cut my
Try to
nails.
pinch it. You
I
have-
can't, I cut my nails last night.
Well, they're still long enough, try to pinch it.
Oh,
No. So, we already know this.
Ah.
So we wanna know what kind of job. Like, would you wanna be a teacher? I know you wouldn't wanna be a teacher, but what kind of job?
Wait, you wanna be a teacher?
No. I was using as an example.
Oh.
So, like being a teacher, or a zookeeper, or someone who jumps out of airplanes, like what job does this mean you would be good at? So like, where do you wanna work? Okay, then that would be your answer. Can you write McDonald's? Can you try? It's okay, just give it a try, okay? Try to sound it out. What makes a sound? Make. What's the letter that makes it sound? Good try. So it's gonna be a C. What makes the D?
I feel like deep breathing would work better without a mask on.
Very, very close. It's gonna be a D. Good job. So, O. N. A. L. D. F. Let me see your answer over here. I wasn't here for this. Oh, okay, so it's this up here, huh? So your benefits of working, money. Okay. I think you have the wrong one.
Which one?
It's the same thing, it's your interest and ability.
No, Jonathan has a different one. That's why he's confused.
Oh.
We're going on the wrong sheet. That's why it's so hard. So I need you to grab this one, okay? Do you have this? Nope, this one's a little different. See the top? It says your interests and abilities. Do you have this one? You wanna check and see real quick? I don't think you have it, so let's just, we'll put this one back in here. And then we'll
I heard
work on this.
What?
the pipes.
Cause I was just going,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just doing my exercise to keep my mind from getting anxious on the paper.
Good.
Now I get what's wrong with.
I'm on number 5.
Alright, so I want you to answer these questions, okay?
Oh,
Okay.
Michelle?
Yep.
I have a question.
Sure.
When they say activities, do they mean like any kind of activities, like physical or mental?
Which one?
Number 2,
What kinds of activities do you do well?
do they mean like general activities?
I feel like it's a pretty general substance. How much do you know about yourself? Are you prepared? Yeah, so it could be anything. What
Okay.
activities do you do well?
Oh, I can do that.
Alright, so we're gonna put this one under this one. We don't need it yet. And I remember doing this with you. Do you know what happened to it? Alright, so what kind of subjects did you enjoy in school? So when you think about math, science, PE, reading, writing, numbers, counting, what was your favorite subjects in school? Math? And one more. Counting? You don't remember doing this? Do you remember doing this with me already? So there's those two answers right there. You can work on making a funny story in your journal while you're waiting.
Oh yeah, she can make that funny story we were thinking of earlier.
I need you to answer the questions, Eleanor, so pick up your pencil.
Okay.
So start with number 1, read number 1, and then write an answer. Alright, what kinds of activities do you do good at? What are you good at? I know one. You're really good at being silly. Right? You're really good at making other people laugh. Yeah. And let's think of one more serious thing. What's something else you're good at? I remember your answer from before. One thing that you're good at. We know that, we already put that there. The last time we talked, you said you're really good at cleaning.
Your handwriting's really good.
Oh, yes, and your
Yeah.
handwriting.
Oh, speaking of which, your hair. You stylize your hair.
Very
pretty
good at
well,
grooming.
Yeah, that's grooming is a good feature.
Grooming. Okay, I want you to pick 2 of these. Handwriting, being silly, making people laugh, cleaning, and grooming. Pick 2, circle them.
Well, you make yourself laugh and you make us laugh.
Yeah, that's true.
Being silly. What was the second one? One more that you like. Handwriting, making people laugh, cleaning, or grooming. Making people laugh?
What?
He's right.
And then I'm gonna circle handwriting, so I want you to write these 3, okay? Under number 2. What you got there? Let me see. types of subjects, so you like math? Alright, so I want you to answer number 2. What kind of activities do you do well? So answer number 2 for me, okay?
Hey, Michelle,
Mhm.
I have a question for you.
Do you need a drink of water?
I wish I had my water bottle.
What's your question?
Like we mentioned my water
There might be
bottle.
cups back there, you could drink some tap water.
Well, maybe.
Alright, what's your question?
What do you think my greatest skill or talent is?
Okay, I want you to see this right here, look. How much do you know about yourself?
Oh yeah, I shouldn't be asking you.
Right, so you have to think about what some of
I
your.
finished.
Okay, hold on to it.
I'm surprised I finished because I don't know anything but myself.
That's a
Okay,
lie.
so if you wanna start writing a funny story while you're waiting, you can do that.
Okay.
But you gotta be quiet about it, don't share it. Alright, Eleanor, what kind of activities do you do well? So what are you good at?
Reading.
Okay, so write reading. And what's one more activity you do really well?
PE.
Okay, put that on there, good job. Okay, so we're gonna go down to number 3. What is a good skill or talent you have? What are you talented at? What's a skill you have?
Bless you.
Yeah, it's printing up.
Tapping. Good.
Typing? Okay, that's fantastic. So we're gonna do number 3 and put typing.
Is this it?
Okay. And let me see, so I can see what's next.
Thank you.
Good job. So, on number 4, we're gonna describe a situation where you acted as the leader of the group. So one time when you were in charge.
Hi,
Welcome back.
What's one time when you were in charge?
I'll be back.
You missed them already.
Thank you. I am taking a quick walk. I shall be back.
When you get a chance, come look how funny it is.
Okay. Keep going. What's number 4?
Stress situation, we got to the leader of here.
Are you stuck on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try number 5, okay?
Yeah.
Let's skip that one for now. Let's go to describe a situation where you worked with a team to achieve a goal. I know one example right now, when you guys worked in your group assignment today, right? You worked as a team? So what was that assignment called?
Anxiety.
Yeah, so when you worked on the anxiety assignment today, you worked as a group, right?
Oh,
So write anxiety assignment right here.
Can you spell it?
Yep. A-N X-I-E T-Y. The next word is A-S-S-I-G-N-M-E-N-T. Good. down to the last one, and it says, describe the kind of job that you might like. So what kind of job do you wanna work at?
Taco Bell.
Do you wanna work at Taco Bell? You can write Taco Bell. What's one other place you think you would like to work?
Okay, Tyler? I still have 20 minutes, so can you come on in, we could start on your IEP a little bit?
Alright.
Thank you.
I'm almost finished. See you, Tyler.
So think about that, one other place you wanna work. I'll give you a minute, okay? Alright, what is your greatest skill or talent? What are you skilled at? I know you're skilled at those things too, but something else. So we already used this one, we already used this one, we already used this one.
Right.
So you're skilled at cleaning. You're also skilled at grooming. So those are good answers.
Putting down what we're good at.
Oh.
And interests and abilities.
Have you done this assignment yet?
No.
Okay, so there's 2 papers right over there on the chair, grab one of each.
Oh God. I haven't eaten all, so I'm sort of not happy with me.
You didn't eat breakfast?
I couldn't. No.
Oh.
One more good thing that you're good at. You're really good at following instructions for work, right?
Yeah,
I might wanna get that.
Oh, it's already broken.
I was so
One
good
more
at
thing,
knowing
following
trips on it.
Yeah. Good one.
Did you think of one more place you want to work, Eleanor?
Yes.
Where's one more place you want to work? If you could work anywhere in the whole world, where would you work?
What was that class Andy did?
Navy.
Thanks.
Say that again?
Navy.
Okay, do you wanna write that down? Good. That's really good. Now the last one, if you can just think of one situation where you were in charge or were you actually like the leader of the group. Good. Alright, so describe a situation where you acted like the leader of the group. Tell me about a time when you were in charge.
Now that's gonna be hard for me, cause I can't think of a time. Normally, I listen, not lead.
Alright, well just think real hard. Or was one time when you were in charge of something? When you made the cheeseburgers? Alright, and you made them for your family?
Oh.
And we're working independently.
So. think they do this actually.
We'll check and see if you did it.
Oh. Yeah, I already did it. It's sitting here.
Okay, we'll pull it out. Cause the second sheet is, based on those answers. I don't see you still have one more answer to do though.
Yep. Put the second sheet back.
That's okay, you can keep both of them. Cause do you have a different answer?
Well, no.
Okay. Then go ahead and throw away one of them so you don't need.
Yep. Then I'll put the second sheet back so someone else can do it.
Sort of bring me your story while he's writing it.
Here's what the story is like.
Did you finish everything?
Yes.
You got both sheets?
Both sheets.
It's kind of based off what
I only got one.
Okay, on the chair, there's gonna be a second sheet, grab that.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of based off what you said, but I kind of put my own twist on it.
Alright. Alright, so describe a situation when you worked as a team to achieve a goal. So when have you worked together? What did we do today when we were doing our anxiety? How did we work? As a team, so we have an example. Alright, so.
There we go. My
Yes,
teacher
sir.
put me in charge of our class for landscaping.
Alright, so you're gonna use that first worksheet to answer the questions on the second one.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, never mind, I didn't do the second one.
Yeah, she just gave the second one.
Okay.
Alright, describe the kind of job you might like. What kind of job would you like? And since we already did this assignment, I'm gonna give you the answers. This is the answer that you had before. So you said you wouldn't mind working in fast food or doing cleaning? So put them both on there. Alright, so read the instructions. Alright. Oh, nope, this one's a little, oh, it is the same one. Did we do the first one?
Isn't that the first one that he did?
Nope, not that one, hold on, I think she's missing one. She's missing the first one.
Then Jody, you have the first one right there.
Oh.
That's the same
Is
one.
this the first one?
No, that's the first one. The
No,
one
this
she's
is-
right. One she's writing right there.
Well, what's the second one? 1, 2, 3, oh, so I had it right.
Yeah, you had it right.
It's just
Mhm.
titled the same.
Yeah, it is. It just has his interested abilities, but there's part one and there's part two.
Alright, so this is gonna be part 2. If you can't think of an answer for that, that's okay. Okay? So part 2 is gonna be based on your answers over here, list and describe 3 jobs that you might be interested based on your abilities. So you already put one down here. So you wanna work at Taco Bell and Old Navy, so Taco Bell, Old Navy. Good, you're all done with that one. So we already know you wouldn't mind working at McDonald's. What's the second place you wanna work? We talked about this the other day. What was the second place you said you wanted to work? Where are we at right now? But what is your internship for? And? Kaiser. That's the second place you wanna work, right? That's what you told me the other day.
There we go.
Okay, so number 2.
There we go.
Alright, so all you have to do now is think of one more place you might like to work. What's one more place? If you couldn't work at Taco Bell, and you couldn't work at Old Navy, what would be one other place you would work? Right here. What sounds like a fun job that you might like to do?
Macy's.
Macy's? Alright, so we'll put that under number 3. It's M A C Y S. Good job. Put your name right here. And you're all done for now. Alright, one more job, and you're gonna have to come up with this one all by yourself. I'm not gonna help you. One more place you want to work, or you think would be fun to work. Think of all of the places in the whole wide world. Where would be a fun place to work? Rayleigh's? Good answer. You all done?
Yep.
I knew you'd be done fast. Okay.
Thank you. This is my introduction to my next food today.
Nice. Getting there.
Mm-hmm.
You're exiting from here or what?
Laura.
Did you say your goodbyes?
Explain.
Laura.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. I can't go over there.
No, I mean like, was there anyone that you knew there that you didn't see?
Oh yeah, tons of people, but I can mostly see them on the weekends anyway.
Oh, okay. Just wanna make sure if you said your goodbyes to the district.
I have their phone numbers.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm just too lazy to call them for the most part.
Well, I feel you
But I
there.
appreciate your concern.
Yeah, I feel you there. I haven't talked with any of my high school friends in a while.
You go visit them.
Yeah, I still have the number and such, but
Y'all don't have class on Friday, right? So
no.
and as far as I'm aware, that's not the same for them. So why not just go Friday? I would, but I work, so I can't.
Depends if they have college or not.
College.
Because they're from high school.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they're doing college or not.
Fair enough.
Or if they're or if they work there or something, I don't know.
I still talk to Skylar, so I don't think so. I know they go online Wednesdays, but other than that.
Yeah. Then again, the only people that I really still know is over here is Andrew, Royce, and Tyler.
Or me.
Huh?
Or me.
Well, yeah, maybe from like at an earlier point in life.
Oh, yeah.
No, none since childhood.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Where's expense?
That is a good point.
Mm-hmm. Andrew's been following me since the beginning. You know, if I want a reason why I'm here, Andrew's here. That's why.
I'm here because I want to learn how to work and stuff. I'm not here for any particular person.
Basically, wherever I go, he tags along.
I mean, Missy Bond was the reason why I'm here. She's.
Oh yeah, Miss Yvonne was the reason I'm actually here too.
I can't wait for her to come back to the classroom with us. Isn't that starting soon?
Yeah,
Monday.
next week.
Monday,
Yeah.
the 3rd.
On May 3rd.
It's a shame that I won't be here the first day.
Oh yeah, you'll be at work.
That's
Yep.
where we have a big thing like this, and then Liz is right there.
Yep.
I'll be here Tuesday though, and Thursday,
Great.
so it's fun.
So that means for you guys, and starting Monday, everyone comes to the classroom 4 days a week.
Yep.
That's right. I get to see everyone.
Well, 2
again.
days for me.
2 days for you, but for the rest of them, 4 days a week.
That means we can all come together and talk about our anxiety problems.
I don't want to talk about that.
And that's why you won't be here on Monday.
I know, it's great.
It's gonna be so fun with everyone.
Yep, and Royce and Nathan too.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. You okay? Some fun?
Yeah.
You just cold?
No, I'm just hungry.
Oh. Well, curling yourself into a ball won't help.
Actually, it helps quite a bit.
Oh, sometimes it does, but it just lessens the pain.
Not time yet, guys. It's only 11:26.
Right.
I know.
Chill.
You got 4
Sit
minutes. Don't mind him, he's just standing.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Hey Jordan. You're it's not
Oh, here, hold it up.
Oh, hey Clyde, you need to charge your phone?
yes. Thank you
You
for
always
asking.
forget.
Oh yeah.
Tyler's back.
I'll check your
What?
charger.
Yeah, I do, but I don't have a wall.
He doesn't have the brick.
Yeah, I don't have the brick. The brick always breaks.
How do you break the brick?
Ow.
It just stops working after a while.
You gotta
I
get a
don't know
reliable
why.
one.
I don't know why. I don't believe that.
No, it actually happens. Like after a long period of time, the cord would be fine, but then the brick would just not work.
Hmm.
Usually it's the other way around for me.
You go like an hour and a half to charge it. So it's good. Probably 1 hour.
Alright,
That's
what's going out here?
We just finished up.
Yeah, we just finished up. Well,
Yeah. I did the set. I
Was
did
it
parts.
lunchtime though?
Almost.
No.
I was doing,
Okay, that's what happens when you're leaving early for your breaks at work. We talked about this.
They see you on the camera and then they consider firing.
But also, what else? It's stealing,
Yeah, it's
right?
different from the company, yeah.
It's stealing from the company. If you have this many people a day clocking out 3 minutes early, it's costing the company money, right?
Yeah.
Okay? So I understand you were finished with your conversation, but another thing I tell you, right, if you're at work and you have nothing to do,
And we find something. to
you
do.
find something to do, okay? Cause when the boss walks out to go, okay, it's lunchtime, and I, you know, standing as that person here, go, really? You're all already on your lunch break? It doesn't look good, okay? We wanna look good at work, alright?
Yeah.
Okay. Start your lunch break.
Alrighty.
I refuse.
But you understand that, right?
Yes, I understand that, but now I refuse.
Okay, then keep working.
I call the
Okay.
Well,
microwave.
no, but now you're going
Okay,
faster
and-
you can, okay, but like when I walk out and I see you guys
Where'd
starting
it
with your
go?
phones and stuff and it's not lunchtime, then
Yeah, what the heck?
it doesn't look good to the employer, okay?
Thank you. He's just looking for. Clyde, how do you lose leaves or break leaves?
Oh, I don't break the cord, I just break the brick.
No, it's not waving at you, it's the brick.
Look what I got.
I just haven't bothered to try the bricks yet. I have some bricks at
Way to
home,
go.
but I haven't bothered to try them out yet.
The funny thing about
before
me
you run
and
out,
Tyler having the same bricks
Heard that they
is the way we know it's our phone is because we have total different cases.
What do you mean?
My case has this on the back and his has the DMV sticker and it's black.
Oh yeah, it has a power cup on the back.
But we totally know because we have two different cases.
Yep. Wait, so
True.
it's break, that means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but, and see how many people are interested, and I think that would be.
The class smells weird.
Okay, and it's kind of just starting out, so like, you know,
And how long is it?
1 hour. And it would just be once a week.
Oh.
And it- Yeah, and whoever wanted to attend could, and then, I don't know if you would wanna make everybody do it, or, it could be really great. We're gonna have speakers come on once a month about how they overcame their disabilities and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, no, that could be a good thing. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Oh yeah, he's always getting those chicken tendies.
Yeah.
Far away.
Oh, the one over there, Arco? That's kinda far though.
Okay.
Well, you don't work at that one. Yeah.
I was fully expecting Royce to be here today.
Yeah.
I was expecting Nathan.
He'd be
So
like,
was I.
"I'm a tacos."
I was expecting to see Nathan on the bus, but he never showed up. Instead, I saw this old man.
I haven't
Royce
seen.
is always like,
I
"Gotta
haven't
have
seen
some
Nathan. I
I know.
haven't seen
He's
Nathan, and
always
I'm
eating
like,
the
what?
taco.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said I haven't seen Nathan. He wasn't here Monday. I was not here Tuesday because I didn't know what happened to the bus passes Sherry gave me.
Oh. Yes. I have peanut butter and jelly.
Nice.
Ooh, it's apricot jelly.
That's
Again.
pretty good.
Nice.
Huh?
That's a good jelly.
Yeah, it is.
I don't. I do one tomorrow night. Dang it. I forgot. I was gonna say I don't. Oh yeah, I do.
Well, at least there's no Project Search tomorrow.
Yep. Oh yeah, did you tell Sherry about the whole SAC RT thing?
What about it?
The
The smart ride?
yeah, did you tell her about the smart ride?
Well, she knows about it.
Okay, good. I was gonna avoid it for a second. I thought she was gonna be like, hey, how'd you get home yesterday? And then we took the smart ride, and
Well,
then
I
she
think-
said, no, you're supposed to take the bus.
Well, she's okay with it, but if it on the app it says we're busy, it says you can't do it right now.
I mean,
Then you have to
it's-
take the regular bus.
Oh.
Why?
well, I mean,
Why is
that's fine.
something beeping?
Something outside.
There's something outside, there's someone backing up or something.
Friday, 6 to 10, Monday and Tuesday.
But usually the smart ride works
5 to
just fine.
10.
Yeah, it does. It works wonders.
But like 8 o'clock in the morning or 7 to 8 in the morning, people are like taking it to get to work. So it's like not working at all. It's like an hour wait for it.
Yikes.
What do you get you if you can't take the smart ride?
You
I
take the
think
bus.
129.
Ow.
Simple, you take the bus.
Yeah, the regular bus.
Like a normal person.
At least you guys don't have to walk all the way to your bus stop.
Oh, thank God I don't. Because mine is like, you go from there, then you go to Marshall, then you walk there, then you take a left, and bam, there's a bus stop. I feel on the walk.
It's especially hard when you have someone that you have to make sure that gets here, and you start walking at like 6:55 in the morning, so you're going like this to make sure you get there in time.
Is that your situation?
It's like gotta get there in time, can't be late for the bus. Plus I prefer not for sure.
And me and Clyde usually are on the same smart ride because we live in Carmichael.
Yep.
Plus I prefer not.
Me and Andrew as well.
I prefer
Oh, yeah.
for Sherry not to call me and be like, you weren't on the bus. Where are you? I'm walking to the bus stop. The bus already left. Okay. Not my fault. I'm walking.
And next week it's gonna be me, you, and Andrew all on the smart ride.
Oh dear
My friend
God.
Tyler, remember what Sherry told you? You and Andrew have to behave.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna miss the feeling of quiet again.
Oh yeah. Andrew's gonna go talk.
Why'd I have to grow up with him?
I left Laura left because of him, because all he did was tap, 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 and I'm just like, okay, can I go that way now?
Yep, that's Andrew for you. He'll talk until he stops eventually. I don't know when that is.
And I also left Laura because of someone else too.
The
D word.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she keeps friending me on Facebook.
Dude, this block hurt.
I have no reason to.
I don't interact with her anymore anyway, so I don't really
Neither do
talk
I.
to her. Huh?
Neither do I. She's tried apologizing, but I'm just like, every time she tries, I'm just like, nope,
I don't
nope.
care.
Yeah, like, I don't care.
Does this remind you of something?
That reminds me of Alden Bergfrost.
It reminds me of back in elementary school, they used to have Doritos in a bag.
Oh yeah, I remember those. What the had those really bad burritos in
Yeah,
bags.
but this
I
one's
remember
from the
that.
gas station.
They
so
used to
it's
have those.
different.
Oh yeah, remember Laura Ruff used to have those like little blue bags
Oh,
of
yeah.
burritos.
Yeah.
They tasted kind of meh, but they were something. I felt like I was eating homeless food.
Yeah, this is basically the same thing, except for it's from a gas station, so.
It was fun. It
Gas
was
station
funny.
burrito.
It was funny
Wonder
when
how
Laura
that
Ruff.
tastes.
It was funny
Pretty
when we
good.
would go on a CBI or something,
That's
and Laura
surprising.
Ruff would just give us bags of food, and then be like, okay, bye. Except we had a pretty awesome teacher, because at the end of the year, Jacob would take us to Lumberjacks,
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
and
Oh, I love lumberjacks.
he would
They're good.
we would have to pay for our food, but he would still take us to Lumberjacks.
Well, because we were in the school district, we got like $20-something for ourselves.
Cool.
The school district got to pay for our food.
I especially really liked Tyler's class too, because there was some days you'd walk in and he'd be like, let's go on a CBA, let's go. And then
Yeah.
some days it was work.
His class is always the craziest.
Yeah. And they're always the most fun.
Yeah. And he's always cooking something in that kitchen between his and Mark's.
Mark was okay, I mean, Mark was okay, because it was always, okay, do DMV, and it's like, we literally just got here.
The only time I don't like Mark is when he's talking in a sarcastic tone, and I can tell, and it just bugs me.
It's still frozen.
Still?
Didn't microwave it enough.
Wow.
It was just funny, Clyde, when me and Tyler and Dominique would be in there, and me and Dominique would be having a separate conversation. The class hadn't even started yet, and Mark would be like, you, Dominique, go to the back room. And we're just like, okay, bye.
Oh yeah, you used to follow Dominique everywhere you went.
I had to make sure she wasn't gonna harm herself.
She would always get the knives and like pretend she's gonna do something with them.
She needs help.
I think she was just like pretending. I don't think she was really gonna
No,
do it.
Tyler, she actually did do it before. She took one and went like this in front of me, and I'm like, Dominique, give that.
She actually had cuts on her arm.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no way that's an accident.
Plus, that's why she lost friends, because she always did. We think she did that for attention. She was always doing this for attention.
And guess whose attention she got?
Well, mine
Your attention.
until I gave up.
Yeah, pretty much. And now you're here.
That's why I came here to get away from her. Cause dude, every time I was in a different class, it would take that girl 2 minutes to text me and be like, "Come to Grace's class. I need you." I go there, and she's perfectly fine. You
Huh.
need me? Yeah, you're fine.
2000s kids be like, burrito in a bag for lunch.
You got that right.
But nowadays, the school food is like different.
The school food is okay, except
I missed the Star King school food. That was good.
Remember the circular pizzas?
Oh yeah, those circular pizzas. Remember those like little like square pizzas they would serve?
Oh yeah, the breakfast ones.
Yeah, those. And then for lunch they would serve the big round pizzas.
Yeah.
it was, like I said, that I'm just glad I got rid of that, or out of that school, because there was toxic people there.
Yeah. They were taxing people there. It's wonderful. Just kidding.
No, I need that in there. Get in there.
Yeah, I hate these too. Because of this. Look at that gap. You see that gap?
Oh yeah.
I hate that gap.
Well, I use the one that does this.
Yeah, I think I have that at home.
I
Yeah.
don't have that.
So that falls on the ground and you break.
I used to have that one.
And it broke.
Yeah.
And then you cry because you don't have this. But then when you have this, you have this big old gap to worry about.
I mean, the worst thing about having this is when you're so close to your table and this part right
Oh, I
here
hate that.
gets
Where you're just trying to look over,
Yeah.
and then it's on your neck like this, and it's a pain in the ass. And it's like,
How dare you
You
fall
bend
off?
over and then it just gets stuck on something in
Get
there.
back
on
table
that.
or a chair or
Yeah.
something?
Get on there.
Like
Get
this?
on
I
there.
can try and bend over here.
Yeah, and then.
And then it's stuck on here.
Tight.
Yeah.
Like, can you help with this one?
And then you have to move manually, just push it around.
I think it goes like.
It's
this.
painful.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
Oh, Eleanor. You have to do that.
But
She wasn't closing her mouth when she ate.
Your sticker says October.
It does?
No.
What year?
Look, dude, the San Juan one decided to be like, look, I'm coming out of the case.
Well, you can still use that one.
No, I can't. I've already got harassed. That's why Sherry gave me.
Well,
the-
don't listen to them. They're
No,
wrong.
because Tyler, my Bonnie bus driver, I showed her this, and she's like, you need to change that. I can't accept it no more.
Well,
It's
they're
like-
wrong. They're lying. It's
Really?
good. It's good till October of 2021.
Why do you keep falling off?
I know, I hate
Here,
it too.
fix it, please.
You can't
Okay.
just, wait, how do you just fix it? You can't
This says October 2019. You have the old one still.
Wait, how old is hers?
She has the old one, the old Connect card. She got
It's
a new one.
October 2019?
Yeah.
I also have the old one.
This is from Laura. That's the kind I got from
Is it
Laura.
the same exact one I have?
Yeah, we all got these last year.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Wait, there's a little thing on the top. You can just take it off and it'll come off. And you can put it on
You
the
might have to, like,
thing.
That.
And that you could not just put it
Yeah.
in your wallet.
Look, I got mine.
You can't even
Oh
do
yeah,
that.
you got yours too.
Alright.
By the way, Jordan,
What?
did you notice that has a suicide thing on there?
Oh yeah. I guess people
Yeah.
have been killing themselves.
This would have been very helpful for our Dominique.
Oh yeah. She's like, I don't care.
Why didn't we look at this sooner?
It's like, hey Dom, look at the back of your thing. What is it? Call this number.
Did she really call it though?
We should have her call it one day, just so that way she never dies.
She won't listen. She don't really listen.
I know she really doesn't.
Tyler,
Press it.
remember the time you were at Dominique's house and you got overheated?
Oh yeah.
What'd you get overheated for?
My nose started bleeding.
Congrats. You have now experienced fan service.
It was funny though, because like me and Dominique were having a normal conversation with Tyler, and then
They were go live on Facebook.
And your nose was bleeding on live?
it was because we thought it was hilarious.
How is that hilarious though? Your
Yeah,
nose.
Johnny boy.
Okay, Jonathan. Do you think getting a nosebleed? What do you think about getting a nosebleed?
Hey, to be fair, there's also
You didn't laugh.
To be fair,
Okay.
to be fair, there was some random dude on there too that kept calling Dominique.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
Even though the most annoying thing about that was the whole time me and him were going there, Glad, she was texting me and him going, are you here yet? Are you here yet? Are you here yet?
I remember when I bought you both Starbucks, at the Starbucks that's right there.
Wow. Well, that was a weird time, huh?
Yeah. Girl, that's when I didn't shave my face.
How much
You
hair did
dated
have?
you dated her for like a day and like a second.
I hated that so much. I was so gullible. This is way better than the school food.
Anything is better than the school food.
It was hilarious though, cause like one night she texted me and she's like, I like Tyler. I'm like, what Tyler? She's like, Tyler Flats, and I tell him, and he's like, okay.
Well, I was gonna say no, but I didn't want to hurt her feelings.
I mean, what? The worst you can do is kill herself. And yeah, it's awful, sure, but
And then she broke up with him when you were in Hawaii.
I was in Cabo San Lucas in New Mexico.
you went to Mexico?
Yeah,
Did
it was nice.
you take pictures?
Yeah,
Can you show me sometime?
yeah, sure.
I want to see what the place is like. I was thinking of going to Mexico one day.
They don't have tacos there, by the way.
That's okay. We have burritos and quesadillas. Wait, that's funny. They don't actually have tacos?
Well, I just never saw them on the menu at the restaurant.
Yeah.
They probably have them at the bigger restaurants.
There was some good times except for the fact that after that she decided to date Bleh.
Oh yeah, bleh.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Dominique's dating life. Dear
First-
God.
First,
Oh yeah.
first it was him, then it was Troy.
That guy in Wisconsin.
The guy in Wisconsin,
What
Josh.
the hell?
Yes, she dated Troy.
No, I know
Long
that.
distance- That was a long distance.
Oh
relationship.
yeah, Troy.
Troy? Really?
I was in high school with him. Or he went
Oh,
to my
yeah.
high
Yeah,
school.
funny
Troy,
story
that
about that.
idiot
Now he's
Troy.
dating Sindel. Ugh.
You were dating
Big
Cinder?
time.
No. I said now Troy's dating Sindel.
I said I feel bad for him.
Really?
It was fun. It was funny though, cause this girl, when I was camping last Friday, this girl calls me and she's like, "Can we be friends?" And I'm like,
Wow, that's horrible timing. Like, while you're camping.
That's horrible.
like I was with my boyfriend too.
Out
And
of all times to have cell service, that would have been the worst time to have cell service.
That really is.
I mean, it was funny because like I'm with my boyfriend too. She calls me and she's like, "Can we be friends?" I'm like, She's like, "I know I broke the bestie code because I'm dating your ex," and I'm like, "Dude, I don't care, really don't."
Remember Josh skinniness?
Yes, the Josh, the skinniest of the Johns.
He's gonna get so skinny he just flies away.
Oh dear God. I swear, I don't think I've ever seen him gain any weight.
Yeah.
The boy has a pain tolerance too.
He's crazy. He's a funny kind of crazy.
We were throwing stuff at him on the bus, and he just kept throwing it out the window.
He
Yeah,
tried,
he's weird.
he tried throwing my phone out the window, and I was like, "Yeah, no."
He also went to my high school. Basically, Troy and Josh both came from Del Campo with me.
Oh, he don't cancel. I went to Rio.
I went to Mariloma, so
What's a Mariloma?
Mariloma.
That's the other one over in the Arden area.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
The one I took you guys on the tour to that classroom when we went to do the
Yeah.
presentation. I was like, "I'll lead." Boom.
Yeah, Miss Davidson works there.
Huh.
I was like, "I'll lead."
What was that one? That was for sure different back then.
Mm-hmm.
We went to Rio. We went to Mariloma. We went to a lot of schools.
Oh, you know that librarian that was at Rio?
Mhm.
The one that knew me in second grade?
Mhm.
She also knows Jonathan.
Mm.
What the?
Yeah, she was your teacher too back then.
Weird.
Oh,
We,
Lord.
Dad, we even did the presentation at lower left too.
What's that?
What was that?
We did the presentation at lower left too.
I got
Oh yeah.
I don't think you were there when I was mugging the crowd for some reason.
I think I was. And then I saw you doing it, I was like, I was so confused.
You weren't the only one. Other people were confused too. I was getting texts after that asking, "Are you mad at me? Are you mad at me?" No. No.
Ah, whoa.
Who that? Who's
Grow
that?
Up was a weird time.
Michelle.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
was
put that, Michelle.
silly. Oh, spooky.
Grow Up was really a weird
Wait,
time.
Miss
huh?
Michelle, wasn't John supposed to stop by?
John was supposed to come by at some point.
Maybe he forgot.
Cool.
I'll
Nice.
ask him.
Who?
If you look behind that card, the lower rough one, there's a suicide phone number.
Suicide.
Well, I hope you don't need that.
Suicide prevention phone number. You know, so that way people who don't like have, well, you know.
Well, it's just hope
Basically, it's to prevent self-harm. I'm guessing the school put that there because some of the kids were, well.
This is a good gas station burrito.
Oh yeah, much better than
Really?
the school.
True sodas?
Well, that one's old, this one's new.
How's the tenders? How are the tenders? No, how are the tenders?
Oh, good. They're fresh, that's why it took so long.
I was
So
wondering
late,
why it took a
the
while.
Last batch.
Oh.
I'm like, you better eat all those chicken tenders if you're making me waste my time here.
Whenever there's not chicken tenders, I usually just get something else like mac and cheese or.
I like mac and cheese.
Have you guys?
Yeah, they have mac
you,
and cheese there.
Have you guys
Yeah.
tried sushi?
I love sushi, but it's just expensive.
They also have corn dogs.
I usually have to get corn dogs too whenever a kid. They've all got all kinds of food, Tyler. You should check it out.
Yeah. I just don't like to have to walk there during lunch because it's like 30-minute lunchtime.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately.
You're
If
a
you go
fancy
there-
walker.
If you go there at 6:30 in the morning, they don't have all those options yet.
Yeah. Because they're not even open.
Well, they're open, but they can only get like their stuff on the shelves.
Yeah. Usually around this time is when things are available.
Yeah.
Well, it's lunchtime.
I'll never forget John Little.
He's not dead.
I know he's not dead, but he's not here.
You mean
I
Little
know.
John?
No, no.
Mr.
Well,
Little.
him too, yeah.
Wait, what, John?
Hussein Abu Ghazali.
Huh?
Lil John.
Hussein Abu Ghazali.
What's that?
Him.
He went to Laurel Ruff as well.
He probably wasn't there for that.
Oh, yeah.
Let me take a good look at him.
He has a kid. But,
That guy is a kid?
No, it's a man.
That's a female?
That's a
What?
No, it's a man.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
Really
that's.
short.
I thought you said that's a ma'am.
Last year.
I thought you said that's a ma'am.
Kicked out for being
No,
short.
that's a man.
Okay.
He's just really short.
He never showed up for work, so that's why they couldn't-
Oh yeah, he tiny.
He got.
But
he
look,
never showed
look
up.
at our
Yeah,
pic,
he
look
was
at our
always
pictures.
super
Like
late or
half
he
of
didn't
us
show
are
up.
like, get this sun
And he
out of
wasn't
our
walking
face.
in his house
I
and
can
stuff.
tell because of your eyes.
Too late.
I don't know.
Like his and Tyler's photos, great. Yours, hers, Royce's, and his? No.
How do you graduate from here? if you-
Look like
He did
crap.
graduate. That's better.
Yeah, and then look at this one. All of our eyes in this one are just like,
They don't
move.
put it off, I guess.
Skylar is the only person in bright blue, but then the rest of you are red and
Well,
blue.
Skylar got hired at Kaiser, so.
Oh yeah, that's why he's of a lighter color.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm so proud of that guy. He got hired there. He's $27 an hour.
What are you wearing? And are those Crocs?
Yes, those are cock shoes.
Why are you wearing Croc shoes?
'Cause
And are those pants? Jeans? What are those?
those are pants. And then Tyler's actor. Funny story about this picture is Miss Sue. It took Miss Sue so long to get this picture because first she had us in front of the thing out front, which all of us were squinting our eyes. And Miss Sue's like, "You guys need to open your eyes." And we're like, "We can't."
It's the sun. By the way, Tyler, I can't see your face in the whole group photo.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Your facial features are too blackened out by the sun. Like I can't see your smile.
This one.
I can't see your eyes.
Well, Sue should have picked a better spot to take a picture.
Yeah.
I wish.
This one's funnier though, cause we're all like this up against a bench.
You guys should have done a big old group pose. Maybe like make a star or something.
That was funny though. I think Sherry's thinking about.
Look at Tyler up on the top of it.
Oh, yeah.
He's just standing there.
Kinda, yeah.
Did you ever arms crossed behind your back too? Looks like it.
I was on my knees.
I couldn't tell.
Just in case
How
you
is it
have to
having
drop
your
me
knees on
off early,
concrete?
cause
Well, it's just a table.
Elliot
I know. That's the concrete table.
has
It was just
practice
for a picture.
tomorrow.
Ah. Well, at least it looks pretty funny.
Ah, shoot.
I wonder what this year's photos are gonna look like.
I don't know, because the pandemic makes it a little weird.
Yeah, it does. You'll be able to see all our mask behind underneath our chins now.
Yeah.
It'll hide our hair back there too.
You scared of Sherry?
Nah, I was like, ah, oh.
Scary share you. Wait, I meant Sherry.
What?
I said scary.
Yeah.
I said did scary share you. What I meant to say was Sherry scary.
Trying to hurry and finish it up, huh?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like you're still chewing and putting your mask on.
I'm really chewing. I'm chewing.
Good me.
Good?
Good me.
Here's
You're excused.
Thank you.
Sometimes I can't tell when someone says excuse me, they either mean they burped, or if they mean like excuse me, like I want you, or
Yeah.
the
I
other
mean,
one.
Excuse me is a nicer way than saying they're when like someone's in your way than saying.
Or it means they farted.
That too. Or if they mean like, or if they want your attention.
Yeah. Or it's a nicer way if someone's in your way than saying move. It's a nicer way.
Yeah, that's true. But it just bothers me sometimes how often it's used.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to tell. About context, that is.
All good, not late. Okay, like off.
Oh yeah, Tyler. Before I get home, I'm gonna check the 82 bus when it comes, and I'm gonna see if my water bottle's there.
Okay.
I don't know when the next 82 bus comes though. You'll have to do that part for me if you could.
Might not be the same bus though.
You don't think so?
Well, because there's lots of different buses.
Oh, I know. There's two different 82s. There's one that goes that way, and there's one that goes that way.
Yeah.
The one I'm trying to look for is the one that goes that way. The one I got off on.
Yeah, but it's not always the same bus doing all day long.
Interesting, because when I got back home, or when I was on the same bus to get back home from the same direction, remember I left my my Tic Tacs on the bus?
Oh yeah.
And then it was on the same bus, like even after school, and I was able to find it.
That was a crazy coincidence.
I know. That was insane. So I'm hoping the same thing happens when I try to find my water bottle.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could put it lost and found.
No, the bus driver, if someone turned it in, which most likely they would unless it's like expensive, like a cell phone or like headphones or something.
I guess that's true.
Like I lost my wallet on the bus one time. Someone obviously stole it.
What? Someone stole your wallet?
That was like 2 years ago.
Did you cancel everything?
Well, all I lost was my ID and a couple dollars.
Oh.
Still though, someone has your identity.
Still, you should probably cancel that because they can
Or
try
had
to
your identity.
impersonate
That was
you.
2 years ago. I didn't even have a debit card back then.
Oh, never mind. Then they're literally getting up now but a few bucks.
Yeah.
It's a waste of their time.
How much did it cost for you to get another ID card?
It costs like $37, same as getting a driver's license or taking the permit test.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Ugh.
DMV prices.
Yeah.
Not the best prices, but no.
Yeah. It's almost.
Oh yeah, it's almost time.
Almost.
Yeah, oh, well, never mind. Wait.
Discussion. Well, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. I don't know if I didn't pause that.
No, you didn't.
Well, because right when I said discussion, well, you started talking.
Yeah, sorry, some juice got down my throat.
Yeah. Not late.
Not late.
I thought I would be late because I had to wait for him because some lady had bought all the chicken tenders. I had to wait.
For him to make more.
It only took 2 minutes though. So it was
That's why I usually just wait for something else and get something else instead.
Yeah, I kinda did the same thing. I headed to Taco Bell and for some reason they had like 12 cars in the
Oh, wow.
drive-thru and I'm like, that's not gonna work.
That's lunch rush.
So I left there and went over to McDonald's. It's not my favorite, but I'm like, I know they're fast and they're drive-thru.
What'd you get from McDonald's?
I got it, well, they didn't give me what I ordered. They gave me what someone else ordered though. I ordered I asked what ones have lettuce on them. So it was a something supreme. So I ordered that and they said I just wanted mayonnaise and lettuce. So someone around where I was in line also had a special request, but theirs was extra pickles and extra onions. So that's what I had, minus the pickles and the onions. I just have a real hard time with mustard, and when I was little, my mom would let us special order. And to me, you can't get rid of the taste of mustard. You know, you scrape it off, but you still got mustard, so
You still
yeah.
taste it no matter what.
I'm
So-
down with mayo, I can't stand it. You
See,
can put it on there.
you're good, you can't stand the mayonnaise, that's what I love, is mayonnaise.
That's funny.
I've never been picky about that stuff.
You're just,
Even when I was like a baby, I would eat mustard on stuff.
yeah, I just never liked.
I'm not.
I'm a ketchup person.
I am not a fan of two things,
What?
tomatoes and onions.
I do not like onions. I can't have
Well,
onions on anything.
it's funny because we change in life, like we always made these good tacos in my family where they're fried and the cheese is melted in them.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was little, all I liked was the cheese and the tortilla. And then in years, I added the meat. And then I added the lettuce. This is like a whole lifetime it took me, right? And then I ordered tomatoes. And now I even like the onions, but that took me forever. But I like the chopped up ones.
Onions are kinda hard to get into.
To cry.
'Cause
Well,
like,
that, yeah, and
it's the
McDonald's.
it's the weird aftertaste you feel out when you
Well,
eat
it's just those
onions.
big old things of them I don't
They
like,
make you
but
cry.
I've given that up on McDonald's, cause McDonald's has sliced onions, and they also have what they call their dehydrated onions, which are chopped. So
What's the difference?
I used to always request just mayonnaise and dehydrated onions, but every time I get the big onion, so I just
I
quit
feel
ordering
better now
that.
that I've eaten something.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
good.
that imply that there are hydrated onions?
Well, they're called yeah, well,
I know,
hydrated.
that's the thing.
I don't know what they do with them. I think they chop them up and they somehow dehydrate, so maybe they last longer or something, but
Well,
that's what they call them.
onions,
They call them dehydrated.
They say that the number one cause of
Fries.
food poisoning is onions.
Really?
Miss Sherry, one thing I did not like when I was little, but I grew to like, was avocado. I could not stand it when I was little, but now I can stand it.
And I'm still not there.
Neither am I, but I know our state is very well known for
It's one of
avocados.
those things you either love it or hate it.
Where are
Yeah.
you?
I love it.
Yeah, I figured that would be, yeah. It'd be really nice to have you over for dinner, right? Because you're gonna like whatever the people
Oh, yeah.
prepare. Like with me, I feel a little uncomfortable going to someone's house for dinner because I know I'm so picky. And there's a lot of people that believe in the clean plate club, right? Like they get insulted if you don't eat everything on your plate.
I'm not like that.
Yeah, I always clean the plate.
I try to, but then I feel bad when I don't.
Yeah.
I just can't stand spicy stuff.
Yeah.
Jalapeno.
Okay, so, a couple things I wanna talk about, and then we're gonna talk with Eleanor about what time it is. What did we just say about going to the restroom?
Wait,
Don't
she just,
do it
oh,
after a
I
break.
didn't realize she went to the bathroom.
wow.
Right? I mean, we just talked about that before I left.
I did that at the beginning of lunch.
So did I. I regret that.
And I went before I left my house, so I'm good.
Okay, well, so, and I'm sorry that, you know, I can't just give like 45 minutes, but I'm trying to teach you reality. And
Mhm.
reality is, if you're only working a 4-hour shift, you're gonna get a 10 or 15-minute break. You're not gonna get a lunch at all. Right? You don't get a lunch until you work a 6-hour shift.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in training somewhere, they only give you a 10-minute, and then they have you be at the computer and then work where they need you.
And your lunch isn't always at lunchtime. Sometimes it's like 3 p.m. Sometimes,
Yeah.
sometimes it's at midnight if you have a night shift.
God,
I can't imagine eating lunch so late at
so,
night.
Well, if it's a night shift, that's the lunch is at
Yeah.
midnight.
Yeah, because, yeah, people work different shifts.
But just eat
Eleanor?
someone.
so,
Yes.
I just talked about it again this morning, that you need to go to the restroom on your lunch break and not when your lunch break is over.
I know
Because-
that.
No, you don't know that, cause now it's 12:04, right?
Yes.
And what time are you supposed to be back at work? What time are you supposed to be back? 12 o'clock, so are you late for work?
Yes.
Is Taco Bell gonna be okay with that?
No.
They're not gonna be okay with that, are they? They're gonna say, where is she? She's late coming back from break.
Right, I could get fired.
You could get fired if you kept doing that. I mean, if you're late one time, you're not gonna get fired.
I'm so sorry.
Well, thank you, Eleanor, and it's not for you to be sorry to me, I just want you to develop good work skills, okay?
Okay.
And coming back late for break is not a good work skill,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay.
That's
See,
what
now now you're even more late, cause now you're still gathering up your goods.
That's what I usually, when I'm at work, I clock in like three to 2 minutes before I'm off my 10 minute, so that way I can be there on time, and they know that I'm on there on time, cause they have, with Taco Bell, they put a little receipt that tells them the hours you did.
And for
So
me,
if they're looking at those receipts and thinking they wanna give extra people, or some people, good workers, extra hours, or maybe even move you up in the company, is it gonna look good if you're showing that you're always on time?
and for me, I still, I don't go to my work too early.
That was
But if
another
I
thing
do-
though, we have with Stefan though, right? It's great to be early, but you were showing up, what, almost 2 hours early?
Yeah,
It
but
depends
now,
about-
now when I work, I go to Safeway to get a snack because for later, and then I eat that snack for my breakfast, and then when it's like normally, what, 8:58, I start walking there, cause when I get there, it'll be 9 o'clock, and then I clock in and do my work.
Okay. Good plan.
Mhm.
Alright, so I do know it's a little rushed, and I did notice when we did 11:30 today that things are busier out there. So if you would like, we could do it 11:15 to 11:45. Would that be a better break? Just so places aren't so busy and people are already buying all the chicken and all the cars are already
Yes.
going.
Yeah, it just so happened to be bad timing for Stefan because whenever I went to get chicken tenders, they usually had enough.
Yeah, there was this lady who bought like
Yeah.
10 of them, and I was like, are you
It
kidding
was
me?
just today.
They're allowed to do that.
I didn't say anything.
There isn't a limit on how many you could buy.
I was just annoyed, cause I'm like, now I have to wait.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
I had to wait 8 minutes.
So, I mean, I really wish I could give us more time, cause I feel the same thing, I'm out there rushing, that's why I was like, I can't stop and talk right now. I often don't eat breakfast, and then sometimes I don't even eat lunch here, cause I go straight home. But because we're staying for a meeting, I knew I needed to get some food in my tummy, so it wasn't growling for our meeting. So, Stefan, do you have, a Chromebook or something here to get on to my Zoom?
Yeah.
What's that?
That means yes, in slang.
Yeah, do we talk slang in the professional
No, we
workplace?
don't.
No.
Then
You
yes.
do that with your friends, right? But if your boss talks to you, you're gonna go, yay.
Yes.
That's why you were telling me instead of saying yeah, I would say yes.
And remember, we have different etiquette for different people, right? We're talking with our friends, and we all talk in slang, is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Absolutely okay,
But
right?
not if like you're in an interview, then you wanna say like yes.
Exactly.
I mean,
Okay?
if you wanna be really professional, you say, yes ma'am, yes sir.
Yeah, and that's in a certain environment, you wouldn't sit there talking with your friends saying yes ma'am and yes sir, right?
No way.
Unless you're just being silly or you were practicing for professional
I
language,
mean, yeah.
right?
Could,
Yeah.
but people take it too seriously at that point.
They're like, what? It totally depends on who you're talking to. You have something to say, Stefan?
No.
Okay, so do we like the idea of 11:15 break, or do you think 11:30 is fine?
I think 11:30 is still
11:15.
fine, but I think what happened today with Stefan was probably just a.
No, but that's what I'm saying I experienced too, right?
Yeah.
The lines were a lot longer.
I mean, I'm good
I
with
think-
11:15, cause it gives you and Stefan more time.
And everyone.
Yeah, and everyone, so we don't all feel like we're being rushed.
Yeah.
I think 11:15 is good.
Okay,
There's
Jonathan, you like 11:15 for lunch?
Like,
Okay.
Me too.
But we're gonna talk about a class which might affect that. Oops.
Actually, we did
Hey,
it tonight.
Jonathan, I want you to stop laughing only when bad things happen to people. The most I ever hear out of you is if somebody has something, a mishap happen. So it's more like you're not laughing with them at that moment, you're kinda laughing at them, right? I want you to talk, I just want you to kinda learn how to respond in a more appropriate manner sometimes, okay? Because you do that all the time, right?
right.
Is that cool? Is that nice?
Nah.
Okay,
It's
So-
not nice to laugh at people's misfortune.
do you want to talk about this?
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
John,
Yeah.
What's John?
John from STEP.
Alright.
He and I are doing a support group we've been doing for a
Yes.
while, and it's just getting going, so it's not really like super established yet, but we thought that you guys could be part of like the kind of launching and beginning of it. It would be every Thursday, so we would do it in class, and it would be on Zoom from, well, we would make a time, but we were thinking about 10 to 11. And basically it's where we all get together and support each other, and there's gonna be some other people from outside the classroom as well.
Wow, that just keeps falling off.
Wait, so,
So it would be like a Zoom meeting, but it's like a support group, so John and I would both be there. And then there's a guy named Joe who's really great. He's a part of the disabled community, but also an advocate for disabled. And there's one other lady named Ruby who comes all the time, but we're trying to build it, so we wanted to see if you guys wanted to be a part of it, and then you guys.
sure. This is a talking group, correct?
Yeah, it's a talking group, and once a month, hold on one second. Once a month, we're gonna have a speaker come, and the speaker will be somebody from either the disabled community who has like built their own business or has their own success story,
Mm-hmm.
or some sort of speaker like that that's like geared towards supporting like your goals and stuff like that. Did you have a question?
Is this mostly geared towards the people with disabilities?
So, yes, but also just any individual who feels like they want community and support.
Okay, I would like to try that.
Yeah, so we would just sit for an hour on Zoom, bring your headphones or whatever, and then we would all just chat and talk, and any concerns, we talk a lot about positivity.
We just talk.
Yeah, pretty much, or, you know, when the
Oh.
speaker comes, we'll listen to what the speaker has to say in their success story, and you can ask them questions and stuff like that.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, and it's a support group, so, you know, we have a different
Sounds like
topic every
fun.
week, like next week it's gonna be about positivity.
Huh.
So like, while you're out in the community, like what did you see that you thought was positive, or people helping people, or what did you do, and things like that, so.
Sounds like fun.
Okay.
So we can build that into our curriculum. But we're all gonna need to make sure that we have headphones and we have a device. Also, I have a hot spot.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to connect it. I was waiting for you to be here.
Well, the Wi-Fi here works okay.
We've had trouble out here.
She had
Getting
trouble
on.
when we were in doing
Yeah, I had a
mine.
lot of trouble in there today, boy, with both of them.
Well, if I'm here, I could definitely help with that.
Right, yes, Thad?
I got my own Chromebook and an Access and 2 headphones.
I have my headphones in here and I have
You
my.
all have
Chromebook.
something you can use,
Bluetooth and wired, just in case.
but a device as well.
Yes.
I
have a
don't
Chromebook.
understand how I'm able to speak through these things. You don't even have a mic.
You can
It's
speak
mine.
with the Chromebook itself, that's how.
Okay.
Yeah, the Chromebook is in my.
But yes, I have a
Well,
Chromebook.
explain.
Okay, so this is already going to take an hour of our day, so like at 9:50 you can get set up. And remember, everyone will need earbuds or headphones,
Are we gonna be
because,
going into the RP that day?
oh,
Yeah.
can't do it
Ah.
next Thursday.
That's okay, on the
Any-
weeks that we can't do it, like, it's okay, but
On
it'll also
Friday.
be something that extends after, so if you're on summer break, or if you graduate out of the class, you'll still be welcome to come.
Or next
What
year.
about summer school?
Yep, I mean, we'll work that out as the time comes, but it'll be something that's gonna be ongoing.
Well,
Okay.
and once we are in the internships at Kaiser, then this would not be a time that would work for us, and would probably have to be an after program time, but for right now, it could work, with the exception that Thursday we're going downtown.
Right, and we're flexible, so if you guys started your internships and we needed to change the time, we could do that.
Okay, so we'll just build it in as part of the program,
Okay.
okay?
That'd be cool.
Alright, so what do you need to bring for, we'll just say, instead of saying a paratransit application, I'll say a Connect Card app, okay?
I have a Medicare card, I think.
Either that or it was a disability.
Proof of disability.
Yeah, that.
So like an IEP or something?
No,
No,
we
no.
wish,
Accept that
we just
anymore.
talked about that this morning.
Oh yeah, that's right, it doesn't work
Yeah,
anymore.
Paul
Right.
changed since then.
Cause that would make it real easy, right, how it used to be, because I have IEPs for each and every one of you, right? And we could just send that, but no. Okay, so if you
Great.
want to be able to go and you want to be able to have these bus stickers, which are a great thing to have, the part I need you to do is bring your proof of disability.
How do we bring the proof of our disability?
If you have a Medicare or a Medi-Cal card, or.
Remember, you were gonna call your mom.
Or I think even like,
Award letter for
yeah.
SSI,
Award letter.
So when you get SSI, every January, they send you an award letter, and it shows how much money you're going to be receiving. And that shows that you have a disability or you won't be receiving it. Okay? So it could be SSI award,
I wish I could do that, but I can't.
I might have that.
or it was a Medicare, right?
Yeah, there's Medicare or Medi-Cal.
Okay,
What's the difference
Medicare
between-
or a Medi-Cal
Well,
card.
Medi-Cal is California and Medicare is the federal government.
Then I guess I'll do Medi-Cal.
And then the other thing, if you cannot get either of these, so I ran out of room there, that card is very sloppy. Card. Or we have a paper we can send you where the doctor completes the paperwork. Like I said, that usually takes a while, unless you have a doctor that's right on it, I'll just let you come in and sign it. You probably wouldn't be able to get that by Thursday. So who are we gonna take on Thursday?
The ones that have their SSI award, or Medicare, or proof of disability, or doctors,
Well, and unfortunately, Eleanor, you're gonna be gone for 2 weeks.
Okay,
So I don't know when you are going to get one.
I'm going to, no, I'm not going to guys. I am going to, Orlando,
Yeah.
Florida.
We went to Orlando, Florida?
Yeah.
Wow.
But we also, so these are decisions you all have to make in life as well though, right? If you're looking for a job, or if you just started a job, and you're saying, okay, I'm gonna take off 2 weeks for this, I'm not gonna come during the summer,
I'm not really an outer, so
Are
I'll probably
you,
stay.
are you as hireable?
no.
No.
Cause you're pretty much telling them that when you have a chance to not work, they'll take it.
We have many students, in fact, did you have the option of Hawaii, or they just wanted to go by themselves?
No, I didn't have, they wanted the all the time.
Okay, so sometimes you're gonna find in this class and beyond, you're gonna have to skip some of the family trips,
I don't think I've ever been on one. Oh well.
okay?
I've been on a few, but not as many as.
But sometimes, like with Jordan, when she just started her job and wanted to do the camping and stuff like that, right? Once you've been at a job over a year, you get vacation time. And once you've been in a job for a while, you have a regular schedule, right? And then you plan your times off around those things. I mean, I can't tell you can't go places, but at the same time, you know, you're missing a lot when you go, right? Like Eleanor's not going to have a Connect card because she'll be gone,
Yeah.
right?
Last year I got lucky when we were doing the Zoom meetings, and I just did Zoom meetings from San Clemente.
Right, and that was kind of a nice thing, right? That we're done with distance learning unless
Yeah.
things go in a different direction and we have to return.
Yeah.
So that was a little easier, and I was able to count you all there as long as wherever you were in the world, right?
Yeah.
Which a lot of people learned that this year, not just us in our class, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people learned they could work from home, which kind of made you could work from anywhere. So that was kind of neat. Okay, so for those of you that are here and have this, okay? Paul will be helping you fill out the application, and we will be going downtown on Thursday.
Do we
Okay.
print out the application and do it ahead of time?
Well, Paul actually printed them all out, okay? And come Monday, we'll all be here, all staff, all students, yay!
Yeah.
Okay, so he'll be able to help you that day with that, go ahead, Thad.
Will Yvonne also be here?
Yeah.
Alright.
Everybody, these seats will all be full.
Everybody is
And all of
here.
our staff will be here, it'll be a true Project Search team.
Well-
Are the staff gonna have their regular seats back, or are they still gonna be up here?
Well, so that's kind of a process. So for Yvonne, I was able to work with Justine when she was with me last week. Luckily, all her stuff's still working. Cause like if you're not here for like 3 months or 6 months, they basically boot you out of the system. But with our new staff, they have some steps to go through first, right? So they just turned in their background paperwork, all the stuff that you all had to go through, right? Now they gotta
Yeah.
pass their employee health, and they gotta get their badge. And do the NEO, the new employee orientation, so that they could get their NUID, which is their Kaiser access to be able to get on the computers.
Okay.
So for right now, Michelle and Paul both have laptops, and they can't really do much back there anyway. But once they get through all that process, then they may be spending some more time out there,
Okay.
back there, right? So it's just steps in the process, okay? So how'd it go on your work that you were working on earlier?
Oh, that's great.
Good.
Good.
Let's talk about it.
I finished this.
And I want you to hold on to all these things, okay, because we will be discussing them more as we go, and there's actually things that follow this, right? This is like part of a packet, so there'll be steps to follow where you'll need some of the information that you've already produced, okay?
So what's the rest of the packet?
Well, I wasn't gonna overwhelm you and give it to you all at once, so, but we're gonna put it all together. Something else we need to work on, okay, I know you all have notebooks that I bought for you, right?
I think it's at home, I didn't bring it.
Okay, and you all have composition books that I bought for you, right?
Oh yeah, I still have one.
And
Need
the
you to
daily
bring those,
planner.
okay? Bring your notebook, bring your composition book, so that you have things to work on in class, okay? Where did I just take that from? Right there. Okay, you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good, alright, so who wants to talk about what you were working on? Yeah, 9 minutes.
I was doing the second part to your
How many
interest
is
and
that?
abilities. I was doing the second part to your interest and abilities.
Okay,
and-
so, have you shared your first part yet?
No.
Because most people probably haven't got as far as you, because you're
No.
here more.
So my first part I put, what types of subjects have you enjoyed the most in school? Working and friends. What kind of activity?
Hold on. So number one, what'd you put? We'll come back, okay?
What
So-
types of subjects did you enjoy the most in school?
Mm-hmm.
I put riding the RT bus and learning more on cleaning.
Okay, so I think they're kinda meaning school in general.
Like academic school.
Oh.
And that's okay, I mean, this is part of school, right? Oh, don't be like that. You're
Yeah.
good, you're
Did
good.
I do it right?
What'd you say?
That's right. The subjects I enjoyed in school is geography, biology, history, and US government.
Okay, yeah, and maybe it's a combo.
Well, if I had to say, I would say woodshop, math, or history.
Okay, and this is part of schools, there's no reason this part can't be included, but I think
Yeah.
that they're looking a little bit deeper than this year in school.
I was thinking more like high school.
I was also thinking of something like high school, middle school.
So Jonathan, what were your favorite subjects in school?
Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to help you?
Well, and honestly, you don't have to be able to read it, I mean, you should be able just to look me in the eyeballs, Jonathan, and tell me what your favorite subjects in school were.
Math.
Math, alright, awesome.
That's not
So,
my strength.
since we're talking about speaking more, can you give me a whole sentence and say, my favorite subject in school is math? Good, okay. What'd you say, Glad?
Oh, I have multiple.
I'm
Let's
not
see.
surprised.
I enjoy mathematics, English, earth science, and world history.
Okay.
Yeah, Earth science.
More things you two have in common, a lot of your, subjects overlapped.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Except
Eleanor?
math's not a
Yes?
strong suit.
What were your favorite subjects in school?
Art, reading, PE.
Good job. Way to answer that. And that's conversation, right? They might ask you something like that in the interview. Or it also gives you things to talk about, right? If people are just talking in general, it's nice to have those answers already in your head, so you don't have to sit there and go, oh, I don't know. Alright, Jordan, can you read number 2 in your answer?
What kind of activity do you do well? And I said walking.
Okay. Stefan, what
That
kind
is
of
true.
activity do you do well?
Well, you know how I touch points. Does that count?
Sure. Anything else?
I couldn't think of anything else on top of my head.
You do many things well.
Listening and being nice to people.
You're very nice to people. Good. Jonathan, what things do you do well?
I like to do.
You don't have to read it, you should know it in your head. What are you good at, Jonathan? Jonathan, look at me, please. What are you good at?
Make people laugh.
Okay, making people laugh, alright, anything else? You don't have to search for the words down there. What else are you good at? Look at that hairstyle. Are you good at dressing sharp, looking sharp?
Yeah.
Yeah? I mean, that definitely shows. I'm sure you have a lot of other qualities, but that one shows when people just look at you, right? They're
When I
like,
look at
wow.
Jonathan, I
Yeah,
see
he's
his
always
hair
been good
first.
at that.
Yeah.
I always see his hair first,
Yep.
foremost.
And in his sharp clothes, I mean, he just always looks nice. His shoes, he always has stylish sneakers, tennis shoes. Okay, Clyde.
Alright. I enjoy soccer. That's a really, I think I really like. Does gaming count? I don't think I-
Sure.
it's an activity, what the heck.
Wait,
Some
what?
people are better than others.
Yeah, Stefan knows what I'm talking about.
Gaming.
Oh, yeah.
That counts as an activity.
Yeah. People get paid to play video games.
Yeah,
That
some
too.
do.
I like martial arts. I enjoy running. And I like basketball.
Okay, good. Eleanor, number 2.
Reading PE.
Is that the same as number 1?
Yeah,
So the subjects you like the most are also the activities you're good at?
yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't
Alright.
expecting that.
Tyler.
I am good at navigating bus routes and working with technology.
Very nice. You're also a very good writer.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I feel like some people kinda, okay, like some of the answers that I heard just seemed like answers that I was expecting for the next question. Cause the next question says, what is your skill or talent?
They're very similar.
Yeah, that's what kinda bugged me.
No, I'm sorry if it bugged you.
No, I was just kinda confused a little bit when I heard some of these
But it's
answers.
seriously
And
the one for number 3.
then I see the
Okay.
next question and it's like, oh.
Okay, so if you have anything different or additional, we can talk about that. Since
Yeah.
you said you have a good one, let's start with you, Tyler.
My greatest talent is knowing how to get from point A to point B.
That's a really good talent, actually.
He really does.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I need you to wake up. Okay, did you not get enough sleep last night? You did get enough sleep? Okay. Cause remember, think of these like as work meetings, okay? We can't be at a work meeting falling asleep, right?
Or
Doesn't
staring
look
at a
good. You'll
paper.
see somebody do all the time, nodding, waking up.
Or staring at a paper.
Yeah, Eleanor, we're probably gonna start turning over papers because he does that
Sorry.
every day, all the time. You need to be able to communicate with your team.
Okay, I read.
And the part of the way you do that's with eye contact, right?
Yes.
So if you're looking down like this, do they think you're paying attention to what they're saying?
No.
They think you don't care, huh? If you see the top of someone's head, are they listening to you?
No.
Mm-mm.
No
They're
way.
not listening to you like that. Okay, so Eleanor, so what was that, number 3?
I'd be number 3, yeah.
What'd you write for number 3, Eleanor?
Shopping skills.
Shopping?
Typing skills.
Typing? Okay, good. Pat?
My greatest skill is my positivity.
I love
And
it.
the ability to adapt to various situations.
Excellent answers. You are also very well written.
Oh,
and
thank you.
spoken.
I try to make myself well written.
You
and
are.
to ensure that my words sound, well, to make sure they make sense, first of all.
They're very eloquent.
Thank you, I try my hardest.
Alright, what'd you write for number 3, Jonathan? You have 1 minute. Skill that you're good at? Cleaning? Good. Stefan?
A skill or talent?
Skill or talent that you're
I
good
said
at?
listening.
Good, okay. Jordan?
Was that? It's in my hand. Was that number 5?
Number 5, are we on
What?
3? Number 3.
So, what is my greatest skill or talent? I'm outgoing.
Good, okay. Alright, you may all put your things away, keep them here.
Okay.
What do I want you to bring back on Monday?
Good thing, your
This is one,
SSI award.
and what else? Oh, we talking about something you
Medicare.
write on?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, notebook.
see you all
Like
back
sweet.
together.
You call that a holiday?
Jonathan, great words.
That's not really a holiday.
Alright.
Good
Can't wait to
job.
find my water bottle and finally get a drink.
Eleanor, I'll see you in a couple weeks.
I'm so
Okay.
thirsty.
Hey, Rod, I didn't hear. I would see
Oh yeah,
you
here you go, Tyler.
in
Can you
May.
stay with me for a minute?
Here you go.
I have to go with her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thanks.
So John said he's gonna come tomorrow, okay?
I'll bring some aloe vera for you Monday.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Your skin
Got it.
bothers me.
So, okay, I'll talk to him and I'll let him know and I'll let you know. But I'll see you in the morning, so maybe I'll go grab your check from him.
Yeah, it bothers me greatly.
And then I'll be
Well,
back.
no, it's
Okay, so good?
Yeah.
And you remember our meeting tomorrow, right?
So,
Okay,
so
good.
on Monday, I'm bringing some aloe vera for you.
Okay, so yeah, just go ahead and get yourself set up and then you can take a little break or, practice over your speech, okay?
I'm just going on to your Zoom.
Yes. Okay? Yeah, she, with Eleanor being gone the next 2 weeks, she'll be able to say Thursdays and Fridays.
Okay, no problem.
But,
I have my own.
yeah, Eleanor's supported and that's one of Jordan's responsibilities. And
Yeah.
She can also share it with Royce when he's here, but he's out for personal things, so.
Yeah, it's totally fine. She had said she was gonna, but she probably just forgot. And then
Well,
John.
she came and talked to me and asked me if that'd be alright.
Oh, you mean
and I'm
Sam.
I mean,
Yeah, Sam.
you're the one here
That's
for it,
Sam.
that's. the
Right,
one you
no,
need
no,
to
it's totally good.
plan.
I'd rather her do that actually, and I'm here to see her.
Oh
at her
yeah, I
house
get to see
tomorrow,
her.
Good, good. Alright, Simone, so it'll be you and me. I'm gonna go get a little bit of work done, okay? Alright.
Oh yeah.
Our meeting's at
Yeah.
1, right?
Where would Tyler put his stuff?
Okay, well, there's only 13 of us. We have,
Well, maybe it's this one.
should be a
Oh,
shelf.
yeah.
Is that yours?
No, actually, I don't recognize the dude.
Okay, and then once you choose your places, go ahead and get a piece of tape and put your name on mine stuff, okay?
That'd be nice.
Yeah, everyone needs to have their own little space.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Tyler taught me how to use the SAC RT SmartWrite thing. Oh yeah.
Just don't count on that one so much
Yeah.
for being your work on
I was
time,
telling
right?
him that if it's not working, you have to take the regular bus.
That's why I used the regular bus today in the morning.
But if you're just out visiting friends, or you're just out learning new routes, or you just want to be out there in the world, then
Yeah.
absolutely try it.
I don't mind.
And it's the same, if you pay it the same way, using the sticker.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about bus routes or anything.
Okay, so if you got this, you're gonna talk to mom about